Oh, okay. Did you guys get transferred? Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Good. Let's listen to Tisa. Tisa Love. What's her name? Tisa. Tisa Tells.
The biggest thing is, y'all, Diddy tried to ban Cassie's husband from the
Right.
courtroom.
We talked
I
about that.
repeat, he tried to get Cassie's husband banned from the courtroom while she was testifying. Now listen, they discussed so much. I had the jury makeup. I'm live in trial, but I'm telling you guys the stuff that CNN, TMZ, and all these people can't tell you. Probably because I got out the courtroom first. So what actually happened? Y'all, it was actually really incredible. It's raining too, so I have my umbrella. It's
She was
actually really
inside. She's
incredible,
telling.
okay? So they ended with Philip. He was Cassie's friend, that slash freak off person, and he ended his testimony. Now, it was really, really good because they had Xavier actually cross-examine him. That's the other, there's only 2 black lawyers on Diddy's team. This was a man. He was actually really, really good. He knows procedure, and he's really, really good with objections, okay? So he came in and he like literally was going in on Philip, saying, didn't you say you were jealous? Didn't you say you were in love with Cassie? Didn't you say Diddy never directed y'all? And he was like, the guy was like, incorrect. And he was like, let me direct your attention. And he brought up an interview he had did with the federal prosecutors in December 2023 and also May of 2024 and October 2024. I said, oh my God, did they just get this man on perjury? But get this, Philip, that's the witness, baby, he had was large and, oh, I want to see the fit check. I'm still in my Hillary big stuff, but you know, it's raining in New York. So anyway, Philip, I'm going to get to how Diddy tried to get Cassie's husband banned. It was such a tense standoff, okay? So Philip was like, I never said that. I don't remember saying that. And he was like, oh, you didn't? Let me refresh your memory. And he showed him like his old, I guess, statements he had made to the feds. So it looked like, oh my God. And I kept wondering, why isn't the prosecution going in being like, Your Honor, we object. Your Honor, we object. This didn't happen. But anyway, prosecution just let that slide. So after Xavier was done hammering Philip on the witness stand, they said, Your Honor, can we redirect? And he said, go ahead. They started redirecting and they were like, did you read these statements that you gave the feds? And he was like, no, I didn't. They said, did anybody give it to you to review? He said, no, I didn't. Why is that important? Because whenever somebody gives you, you make statements and they're going to use it in court, they should always let you review the statements, because you could say like, yo, I wasn't really that hungry, and then they write down, oh, he had already eaten. You need to review the statements so you can be like, no, I didn't eat, but I also wasn't hungry. It needs to be exact. He said he never. How was that? Oh,
I mean, I think so all the time. This is Roger.
oh, hi, how are you? How are you? Good to see you too. Sorry, I'm on live, Roger, but it was good to see you. Okay. S'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. So then, right. So anyway, we were like, okay, so sorry guys. So anyway, the prosecution got back up and they're like, did you read it? And he was like, no, I did not, ma'am. And he was like, did he direct you? Absolutely. How did he direct you? He would tell Cassie, give me sloppy toppy. He would tell us how to rub baby oil on each other. It was really, really embarrassing for Diddy's team because, again, Philip, just like the head of security, super strong witness. Super strong witness. Okay, I'm going to go in more detail on live later on tonight, but I want to get to the Diddy stuff before I have to go back in. Okay, so what else happened, okay? Diddy being a...
What you're listening to is a YouTuber named Tisa Tells. She was inside. She's been inside of the trial, inside of the courtroom. And so she's giving her what she saw inside.
Something wrong with that man, right? He literally stood up in court, right? He stood up in court. Hey, Allie, welcome to the Tattletales family. Thank you for becoming a member. I'll take questions in a second. I've had time. I'm just trying to get this out before I have to go back into court, okay? We are live from the courthouse. I kind of wanted this, but it's raining, so whatever. Hi, sir. So, we were like, listen. Deborah said, "Girl, we know you have a 5-second attention span. They cannot interrupt you." You're right. I was about to ask like, what are they serving in the cafeteria? What's going on? Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, that's right, talking trash. So anyway, let me get my notebook out because I took notes on this. Actually, I don't need my notebook. I'm gonna give y'all my memory. I'll go into notes later on. So all of a sudden, they said, okay, so Cassie's the next person to take the stand. Now we heard this because the attorneys had a sidebar, right? I could hear them talking. Cassie was about to take the stand. And at the last minute, Diddy's trifling team was like, honestly, Your Honor, Tinny Garrigo stood up. Your Honor, honestly,
You don't like her?
I really don't know. No, they said, we want to invoke, it was rule, I don't know, let's just say it's rule 16. I forget the name of the rule. But they were like, yo, we want to invoke the rule. And when I heard that, I was like, yo, that's the rule about like whenever there is testimony, you can actually exclude people from court from watching it. And they were like, he was like, what's the basis? They literally said that Alex Fine, they have a bunch of text messages that Alex Fine had sent Diddy back in 2018, basically saying, you MFer, I'm going to F you up if I ever catch you on the street. That's your ASS. He literally was cursing Diddy out. Hey, what's up, Slowrilla? Oh, thank you. You said, love the commentary and personality. Thank you, Slowrilla.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, they said they had text messages from Alex back in 2018 talking about something, oh, I'm going to F you up. I'm going to do this. I better never catch you outside. How about that? And I said,
how about that?
I mean, that's fair enough. He did rescue his wife from being snatched.
Okay, they just came back.
And helped her get sober.
They just came back, guys. We're getting started. Help me out with the like button. I need your help in the chat. Help me out. Hit me. Hit me. Help me. This is day two. Day two. Hit the like button again. Cassie testifying on the stand. They just came back. Okay, just came back. Let's see what they're saying here. We're going to be following the update. So they're back. 116. The judge says, welcome back. And it starts with the prosecution again and saying, who was your manager at Bad Boy Records? Cassie says, James Cruz. What did he tell you? That he was managing me with one hand tied behind his back. He had to check everything with Sean. How did you make money if your records weren't being released? She said, I did hosting parties when Sean approved them. What comments did Sean make about your physical appearance? He said that I look too Mexican with my hair like that. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
I'm an innocent bystander. They saying I drove a getaway car, but I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
So you can't see at all?
Oh,
Mama,
shoot.
I love you. P.O.P. all the time. Right, these all good pimp squad, baby.
Oh, shoot, man. No, no, no. All right, let's see what else they got to say. Jeez Louise. Throughout the start of Cassie Ventura's testimony, which is about to resume, family and other supporters of Sean Combs showed little reaction to some of the more sensitive things she testified about. Several times, Combs' late girlfriend, Kim Porter, was mentioned by a witness. Some of the adult children Porter shared with Combs were in the room and remained dispassionate. They had no reaction, no any kind of feeling. Lawyer attire and accessories are pretty unremarkable. A reliable mix of neutral cardigans, blazers, and collared shirts. Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' lawyers, stands out with his hot pink water bottle. Ooh, okay, girl, I see you. Hot pink water bottle. He has been toting around the courthouse. What else? What else? Let's see. Just before the break, Cassie testified to the longest freak-off she was involved in. 4 days. It took anywhere from 36 to 40 hours in other encounters. 4 days. The marathon sessions frequently required periods of recovery from dehydration, fatigue, and drug use. Prosecutor questioning Cassie has picked up where the discussion of the singer's music career, which Ventura described as stifled amid her relationship with Sean Combs. Ventura testifies that her manager, James Cruz, told her that he was managing her with one hand tied behind his back. Okay. Damn. Jeez. All right, waiting for some updates. So the last thing was the Mexican stuff.
Well, but then you have to sit and listen to it.
Oh, no.
And then I'm going to play it for an hour after. So
Cheers. What's up, Twitch, Rumble, Facebook? I think Diddy was injecting Viagra. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Jill said I'm tapping it after 10 minutes. I'm not sure what your deal is while I'm live streaming to redirecting people to go somewhere else, so you're just gonna get blocked. I don't know why people feel like they need to do that in my stream. Weird. Damn. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Cassie's testifying. We've been covering it this morning and afternoon. They are asking her, they came back from the lunch break, they're asking her about the manager at Bad Boy Records. And the manager, he's basically saying that he had his one hand tied behind his back because everything had to go through Puffy. And they were talking about that none of her, I think they said 9 out of 10 records were released. Sorry, no, 1 out of 10 records. So 9 records never came out. 9 albums never came out. And it says, how did you make money if your records weren't being released? She said, I did hosting parties, and he commented about her physical appearance and said that her hair, that she looked too Mexican with her hair like that. And so he said, how do you like your nails? White, French tipped. How do you like your hair? It varied. I shaved my head in 2009. What about your body? He told me to work out, prepare for the freak offs. How did it make you feel? About his comments. It varied. What else did Sean pay for? Cars. Did he give you cash? Yes, but he would take things away depending on how he felt. What else would he take away? My self-confidence. Who would take things away? Staff. I assume staff. Defense says objection. Jury will disregard the last answer. Prosecution says, who looked your laptop and phone? Who looked up? Security. How long would they be gone for? However long I was being punished for. So people are saying she was being treated like a slave. So they would take things away from her. Security would take, I guess, her laptop and phone, and she'd be punished. She had punishment time. Almost like a child. Interesting. All right, let's see what else. We get more updates. This was just sent. What else we got? Cassie testifying. Psychological warfare. Still waiting for an update. Let me check some of the other sources, see what they're saying. Cassie is testifying that her control-obsessed ex-boyfriend Sean was extensively involved in her appearance throughout their relationship, making comments and demands daily. I look too Mexican with my hair like that, or I needed my nails done a certain way. Ventura told the jury that she and Combs discussed whether she should get breast implants and that her look during the freak-off sessions was especially important to him. Some days he would want me to be really sexy, to be his woman. And some days he would want me to be really sexy and be his woman. Other days. Okay, 2 different things. Gotcha. Both can be the same. Can be my woman and be sexy. So she would make money by hosting these parties, freak off parties. She wasn't making money off of her music and albums, she said. Security was taking away her devices, like her laptop and phone. She was being punished. Control of her appearance. Had discussions about her breast implants. I mean, I've my exes bring, like when I was dating certain chicks, that would come up. I don't care for breast implants, but like casual conversation. Oh, would you get breast implants? Or sometimes they would tell me I've always wanted to get breast implants, or I wouldn't want to get breast implants. Or I had a friend that told me she got a reduction. There's nothing crazy about that. I mean, unless he was trying to force her. The dirty DJ, no problem. Thanks, rookie. Check for a tweet update. How often were you in contact with Sean's staff? Daily, she said. Who are in these photos? Christina Coram and Miss Fletcher. What did you call Miss Coram? KK. And who is this? D-Rock, Sean Security. So they're holding up photos. Apparently Boosie too. Let me see if I can find it. Boosie had some comments to make about this trial and the escort and Cassie. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I heard Boosie was snapping. And I think Boosie's team Diddy. Boosie badass. Where's his account? Is this his account here? I don't know how to find this guy. Let me just look up the tweet then. If I had to find a tweet about it. Boosie badass. Oh, shit. There it is. Boosie snapping.
World. I want to tell y'all about my road to Mother's Day.
What's Mother's Day?
Friday, bro.
Boosie had made this post. I couldn't find the peeing post, but I did find this. If anything, he said here, if anything, this should be a case, a domestic abuse case, not a sex trafficking case. She enjoyed the wild sex parties and the extravagant gifts on the back end. All of these years of sex parties, and you mean to tell me she didn't enjoy it? I'm convinced she enjoyed it. I'm pretty sure she came, oh God, during those freak-offs. It was a lifestyle. This was consensual. She was his girlfriend, trying to give someone life in prison for this bullshit. FBI, take your pics from this comment section. They tagged FBI. No, it's a sex trafficking case because many have reported that women, men, and children were trafficked during the children thing, yeah. On top of that, she was only 19. She was groomed and drugged, not in her right mind. I said what I said. God is not pleased. Read, this case is bigger than Cassie. So Boosie snapping. Boosie badass.
Okay. Well, so what do you want to do? I mean, I feel like you got to draw a line in the sand with her and say, the way you're speaking to me is unacceptable. I don't deserve this. I didn't do anything to you to warrant it.
What was that?
Okay, that, yeah. I mean, I got to tell you, I really... Yeah. Yeah. do you mean you didn't? What do you mean you didn't hear it? What did she say? Well, that's good. That is only that. That's good that she owned that. Yeah, and that's worth. That's. I don't think. I don't think. I don't think it's a threat about the horse. I mean, I think that's just a reality. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
I think maybe so. Miracle, thank you for the 5. I think so.
My feeling is they're not allowing each other to make that permission of the other one. It's just that it's that simple.
There's more updates. How frequently were you in Sean's residences? She said all the time. Did they all have safes? She said yes. What did you observe in them? Cash, jewelry, cameras, and videotapes. Guns. In New York, LA, and Miami, and Alpine, New Jersey. Thank you, baby. Do you recall an incident between Sean and Suge Knight? She said yes. We were having a freak off in LA. Oh no, not Suge Knight. Oh no. Not Suge Knight, man. Come on. Y'all ain't gonna do that with Suge. What was your reaction? I cried. Said don't do something stupid. Oh, not Suge. We were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at dinner. Sean drove over. Suge Knight, wasn't he like speaking out about this whole thing and like like putting Diddy down? Oh God! Say it ain't so. Why? Well, we're gonna have to find some of Suge Knight's clips. Man, no. No.
On keeping score, and you know, sometimes one does more than the other. That's it. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. We can do it. Yeah, we can do it on FaceTime if I need to. Okay.
We're gonna find some Suge Knight Diddy. Suge Knight Diddy. What he said? Wasn't he talking shit and all that? She's throwing him under the bus.
Most important thing.
We'll listen to that in a second. Hold on. We'll listen to some Suge Knight in a second. Let me see. We got an update. I'm trying to update some JSON code in the background too. So she said she cried and Suge Knight said he was down. Now the prosecution says, were you ever handed a gun? She said, yes, we were going to a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. Wow. Mushrooms? Oh, no. Okay, so we took mushrooms. I was high. They gave me a gun. We went to downtown LA. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? A driver, security, and P. Diddy. Wow. That's crazy. Let's listen a little bit to this.
It's got to be a solution, because this has been going on in the industry for a whole bunch of years, for decades. And at the same time, you know, nobody wants this to be true, and it shouldn't have to be true.
Suge Knight, the founder of Death Row Records and one-time enemy of Sean Diddy Combs, talks about Combs' arrest by the feds in an interview with News Nation. I look at what the one-time record company owner said about Combs from behind prison walls. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Shar comes to Sean Combs.
What's that? Oh, okay. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate that, Miracle Stone. Thank you for the subscriptions on YouTube. Let's listen a little bit.
Combs, of course, is in a federal prison right now, being held without bond following his arrest on sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges. Combs has pleaded not guilty to those charges, which appear at this point to involve one victim, Cassie Ventura, Combs' longtime ex-girlfriend, who sued him last November. Combs settled that lawsuit the next day. Then came a flurry of other lawsuits filed by other accusers, including women and even a man, record producer Rodney Little Rod Jones. The accusers claimed they were drugged and sexually assaulted by Combs. Combs has denied ever sexually assaulting anyone, but a video aired by CNN in May showed that Combs beat Cassie Ventura in a hotel hallway back in 2016. This happened in Los Angeles. Combs apologized a couple of days later on Instagram. So what does Suge Knight have to say about this? And why is anyone interested in what he has to say? Well, Knight and Combs go way back, and it wasn't always pretty. In the mid-90s, there was the so-called East Coast-West Coast feud where Combs had rapper Biggie Smalls at Bad Boy Records and Knight had signed Tupac Shakur at his Death Row Records. Shakur was murdered in Vegas in 1996, and Biggie Smalls was shot to death in LA the following spring. But that was a long time ago, almost 30 years ago now. Combs, man, and killing him. He'll be eligible for parole in 2034. Knight might be behind bars, but that doesn't mean he's not doing things or that he's staying quiet. He actually has a lot to say.
We just have to really work hard back today.
Suge Knight actually hosts a podcast entitled Collect Call with Suge Knight, where he calls from prison and talks about a lot of things. And this week, he called Chris Cuomo on News Nation, and he had a lot to say about Sean Combs and what's going on with his case and the allegations of sex trafficking being made against him. One thing he talked about is whether or not he believes Sean Combs is safe being in jail. Sean Combs didn't want to be in jail. He wanted to post bail, a bail of $50 million. But the judge denied that request.
Denied.
He's in the MDC, and that's a federal prison with a really awful reputation. Knight was asked whether he thinks Combs is safe behind bars.
I don't never want to say he's in danger, and neither should he say that. Because once he gets to the point where they feel he's going to be suicidal to himself, harmful to himself, Once they put him on suicide watch, you had a right to nothing. No socks, no drawers, no T-shirt, no blanket, no sheets. You asshole naked in a cell. That's crazy, man. So he definitely don't want to do that. And
JB, thank you so much for the memberships.
You know, maybe he should get on the Jewish diet. Because the
the
culture
Jewish
is
diet.
way better than.
Then he told me to get on the Jewish diet. JB, thank you for the memberships, the 5 memberships. Woo, 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 woo. Thank you.
And the food somebody else is making for you. At least they're going to come hot. They're going to come sealed, and you got to be the one to open them.
Damn. Oh, that's why I say
What
kosher.
about people trying to hurt him?
Go to jail. I mean, one of the things is this. I don't care who you are. Prison and jail is a negative environment. If somebody can do something to them and get a name for themselves, they're going to actually do it. Or they can do whatever they feel they got to do to prove themselves. But we also got to learn. We got to learn from our mistakes. Everything don't have to be a mistake. You got to better yourself. But we all know what we signed up for in life.
Suge Knight is obviously in prison, and we know a lot about him because he's a celebrity, of course. He grew up in Compton. He played football.
Damn, so Suge Knight came up from Cassie's testimony. Oh man! All right, let's get another update. Let's see what's going on now. So the last we left off, and we got a little 2 more updates for now, but we left off where she's going to LA, downtown LA, and they go to this dinner. Do you recall the incident between Sean and Suge Knight? Yes, we were having a freak off in LA. D-Rock came in and said Suge was down at diner. Sean drove over there. What was your reaction? I cried. Said, don't do something stupid. I guess because they were beefing. Oh, wait. Yeah, what's going on? Suge was down at diner. So, were you handed a gun? Yes. We were doing a club in downtown LA. We'd taken mushrooms. I was high. I was told to put the gun in my bag. I was freaking out. Who was present? Driver, security, and Sean. They were beefing, I guess. Another time, I saw them get dressed and grab guns and leave in an SUV. How long were they gone? 30 to 40 minutes. Let me switch topics. How can they switch topics from that? How can you move on from that? How soon into the relationship did Sean mention voyeurism to you? First 6 months or a year, she said. How old were you? 22. Why did you agree to try a freak off? She said, good question. I wanted to make him happy. Where was the first freak off? She said in one of his homes in Los Angeles. 2A627. Who was that? This is the first escort. Do you know his name? No. I'll call him first escort. Were you aware he was paid? Yes, to dance and have intercourse with me. What drugs did you take? Ecstasy and alcohol before it all started. Damn. Okay. So they just moved on from the Suge Knight thing. Huh. Suge Knight. Wait, was Suge in the freak off, or were they saying freak off when they found Suge Knight in town? I think they were beefing. Let me see if I can get some more context from that for that. So Cassie Ventura told the jury she saw Sean Combs keep handguns in his safes at his homes. She recalled a freak-off party where Combs learned his rival Suge Knight was at a nearby dinner and left with a posse to find him. Okay. the way the tweets read, he's trying to, I think, type and post as fast as he can, versus what some of the other reporters are saying that are a little more delayed but are putting things more together. You know what I'm saying? So they were at a freak off, and while at the freak off, Sean learned about Suge Knight at a nearby diner. And so they went to go find him. He was about that life. And she said she was scared of what they would do, but they soon returned to the house. Okay, let me see what else I can pull from this. There's a bunch of unreleased music. Okay. This case is not just about the conduct of Sean Combs, but the conduct of his employees. The government is beginning to get into details by identifying these individuals who Cassie says followed Combs' orders, including a security guard named D-Rock. Ventura says he was one of the people who went looking for her when Combs did not know her location. The prosecution has shifted the focus from Sean Combs, with whom Cassandra had contact, to one is Tony Fletcher, a former Bad Boy executive. Ventura says she discussed financial issues with her. Another is Christina Coram, who was once a chief of staff for Combs and knew the ins and outs of Ventura's schedule. Ventura is now identifying members of Combs' security team. Okay, so everybody's getting put out on blast. Everybody's getting named. So we left off at, they were talking about the first escort and that she was taking drugs, ecstasy, alcohol. And he said, "Did you disguise your appearance?" She says, "Sean said we would disguise ourselves. I wore a masquerade mask. What was a session and a freak off?" She said, "Until the escort finished." "How many sessions with the first escort?" "At least 2. "How did you feel?" She said, "I was high, so I didn't feel much. Dirty and confusion, and that he was happy with me." "Why did you feel you couldn't say no?" "I didn't want to make him angry or upset after he shared this part of himself with me." All right, guys, we have something coming up. We're going to intermit. Oh. All right, we're going to do a chase. And we'll come back to this after the chase, because since the updates are so slow, we can jump in between. So we're going to jump onto a chase, and we'll come right back. We'll come right back and update.
Or I might go like that. It's like really fast. And I'll keep in the same spot.
Chase time! Because since the updates are so...
Alright, I got it. Slowing down, hold on.
Oh, is it over? Hold on, maybe we won't go if it's over.
Looks like they pulled over.
If it's over, it won't go. Oh, it's over, it's over. It's over! Hands up, don't shoot. P. Diddy escaped. Couple of young guys.
They're an LA Impact undercover. No kidding. They're not just for moms anymore.
All right, we'll stay here. Hands up, Diddy Associates. Come on out. Hands up.
Well, I'm sure they're telling them to get out of that vehicle.
Come on with your hands up.
Got that. Who's today? Philip? Colleen, got it. You got it. Hey, Chris. What's happening, brother? Yeah, Marcel says hi. Imperial and Wright Road. Much traffic? You pull out real quick. Any affect traffic at all? Okay, you can push back. You can push back in. Yeah.
This is
All right. So back to the trial. We'll get back to it. Let's see some updates now. Updates. So she said, I felt high, I felt dirty and confused. Why did you feel you couldn't say no? I didn't want to make him angry or upset him. How frequent did the freak-offs become? She said weekly for a consistent amount of years. When was your last one? She said 2017, 2018. How long were you awake during the freak-offs? She said, I never slept. I took drugs, ecstasy, Molly, and cocaine. Do you recall all of the freak-offs? She said that would be impossible. Did you want to stop? She said, yes, I was humiliated. I didn't have those words then. I couldn't talk to anyone about it. And she cries. She sobbed in the courtroom. Did you tell him you didn't want to? Yes. Some people are saying she's lying. Some people are very sympathetic, saying it's messed up for her to have to go through this while pregnant. Freak off, man. So she's getting emotional. She might be, you know, she might be pulling at some of the heartstrings of the jury. She's pregnant, rubbing on her belly. She's gotten emotional, crying, tearing up. I gotta update this ticker. I keep forgetting. Go. Let's see some of the other updates. So Cassie had said some of the other little bits and pieces to fill in. She said what she saw in Sean's safes were cash, jewelry, videotapes, and SD cards. I guess evidence in blackmail, maybe. She said that Sean arranged for the first freak-off that Cassie participated in. I understood him to be a dancer, referring to the male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the party, the sex party, held in Los Angeles, that Combs was renting at the time. And when she asked how she felt about it, she said she was high with a mixture of dirty and confusion. But at the same time, he's really happy with me and I did something right. I didn't know what was going to happen after that. I don't know what happened. The whole incident with Suge Knight at the diner. This says Cassie recalled an incident where Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront rival record executive Suge Knight at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard dressed in black clothes, grabbing guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, like, please don't do anything stupid. Cassie testified I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do. She said it's like I wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear what ended up encountering Knight at the diner. I wonder if, I hope on the cross they ask her more about that, because he just moved on from the topic like it was nothing, the prosecution. And here they're describing how emotional she was in the trial when she was talking about the freak-offs, that she didn't sleep for days, and they said that she was choking back tears as she testified that the encounters made her feel disgusting and humiliated. She also said that his eyes go black. The version of him I was in love with was no longer there, she testifies. Wow. Let's check for some updates. So she's getting emotional. She's pregnant. Baby's about to pop out anytime soon. And she's testifying, talking about all the incidents that happened, the drugs, the sex parties, the humiliation, the embarrassment, she's saying. And that she didn't want to do it, and she told him. But I guess she's saying she was afraid, you know, so she continued to do it. Party and drugs and escorts. It's wild.
What are you guys covering? Diddy file.
Let's check up for some new updates here. Let's see. So, said she was humiliated. Did you tell me you didn't want to? Yes. She says, I brought it up gently. I didn't want him to do it with someone else. I just didn't want him to do it with someone else. Were you able to express your concerns to him? Defense says, objection leading. Judge says, rephrase it. Why would you talk to him gently? I didn't want him to be angry. And then it jumps to, what is this? She says, email between me and Sean. And prosecution says, what did you call him? She said, Pop Pop. And they say, why? He asked me what I called my grandfather, and I did. And I did it. Wait, he asked me what I called my grandfather. I did it, but now I think it was disrespectful. So I guess he wanted her to call him what she calls her grandfather. Prosecution says, what did you write? She says, I really need to fuck. Why did you write that? She said, because I wanted to be with him. Prosecution says, I'll read your messages. You read yours. I don't want to do anymore. Ventura says, Wait, sorry. Prosecution is reading the text messages, so he's reading what Sean said. You don't want to do anymore? Question mark. She says, I'm so predictable. Okay, so they're getting to the text, or it's really an email exchange, right? It's an email exchange. And I guess there was some back and forth, so they're going to read this interaction. We'll give them a minute to type it out and catch it up. Let me see if I can read some of this, what the other reporters are saying. Let me get you guys up on the screen here. Up on the screen. Okay. This is from earlier where she described it would be impossible to remember every freak off because of the frequency of events and drugs. It just felt like it was all I was good for to him, she said. She said she was humiliated. She began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always trying to care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. I don't think he's worried about being judged. This dude over here doing all kinds of shit, recording stuff. Cassie testified that Sean, maybe she saw it as he had some type of, like, he couldn't help it. Like he had some type of mental thing. He couldn't help it, mental health. He had some type of addiction. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in the freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing. Damn. Choreography, like it was like one of his dance music videos. Choreographing everything from her sexual positions with escorts to the lighting in the room. These performances went on for hours. She said even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to. Damn, so he was even controlling the lighting like it was a movie or something. Adjusting the lights. Camera action. Mhm. So I can imagine the defense is going to use this to try to turn around and use this stuff against her. But the problem the defense is going to have, I think, in trying to like turn it on her and kind of use the stuff against her and try to say she was a willing participant and all that stuff. They're going to have to be tread carefully because she's pregnant. And so I think if they go too hard and the jury's watching, they're gonna be like, oh man, like damn, the defense is attacking this pregnant woman and she's a victim, and how can you do this? They're really gonna have to, I don't know. And I wonder who's gonna be the attorney that cross-examines her. You gotta put Steele on there. Young Thug's previous attorney. He's tried, tested, and proven. You gotta put somebody like on there. Somebody that's like gotten shot at in the courtroom. All right, the text messages. Let's see what happened here. I mean, the email messages. What happened there? I'm so predictable. What did you think this meant? That he knew I didn't want to do the freak offs anymore, but then I backpedaled. Why? To not make him angry. He could be violent. Where's you get your outfit? Where'd you get your outfit? She said pleasure chest elsewhere. Pleasure chest? What kind of place is that? Pleasure chest. Ugh. Crazy, man. Let's see what else we got.
Any update?
It's going to rain all night.
Metal pleasure chest. Okay. Years of partying. Cassandra said she wanted Sean Combs to know that these freak-offs made her feel horrible and worthless, like she had nothing else to offer as a person. She says she expressed those concerns to him multiple times, but he was pretty dismissive. Yeah, I heard about Tory Lanez. I did. Tory Lanez stabbed, man, all those times. Let's get an update. Let's see what's going on. So the pleasure chest elsewhere. Did you get piercings? Yes, Sean came with me. Which of those homes did you have the freakouts in? Miami and New York, she said. What other home? She said, my home, all but the studio. In what other cities? She says, Atlanta, Ibiza. And they went to Ibiza. In what hotels? In what hotels in New York did you have freak-offs? She said, Trump and Gramercy. He asked, what about the Intercontinental? She says, yes, 44th Street. He says, elsewhere? She said, Mandarin Oriental and Fontainebleau. Oh, Miami Fontainebleau. What names were used? Jackie Starr. I used Frank Black. She said, Jackie Starr, I used Frank Black. Man.
One more question.
What the hell is this?
Used against Pakistan were Israeli-made drones. President Trump, one initiative that has been globally recognized and talked about is his Abraham Accord idea.
Trump everywhere. Those names are about to be looked up in all the hotel databases. There's some people going in hard on her on Twitter. The world of Twitter. T-Bag, what's up? No, I haven't seen a DM. Let me check. Oh, shit. Oh. A Mel Diddy. Refresh here. What supplies for freak offs? Prosecution says. She says Astroglide, baby oil, condoms. Who brought the supplies? She says security, Sean's assistants. Prosecution says which brand of baby oil? She says Johnson's, Johnson & Johnson. How was it used? She said Sean said you need to be glistening. Oh man. Glistening. That's true. Somebody here pointed out, that's a good point. She said jurors may question the condoms part as it contradicts witness 2 statements that they never use condoms. Or rarely use condoms. Uh-oh. Condom gate. Oh. Let's see what the other reporters are saying here. Cassie Ventura tried to tell Sean Combs she was not a fan of freak-offs. Her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony Tuesday afternoon. Ventura said that she would backpedal at the point of fear for disappointing Combs. Jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Ventura would want to participate in future freak-offs. And the whole pop-pop thing, too. It was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him filed in 2023. Ventura explained the origin of that nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by a name no one else could be called. Combs then asked her what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura recalled it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, she said. Wow. They're saying that she was kind of crying, Ventura. She has paused to dab tears from her eyes, and her voice is still hoarse and tight. Oh, man. It's not good for the defense. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. West Palm Beach. Hey. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate that. Wheezy as well, and Ben Dennett. Or the memberships. Yeah. Thank you. The freak off supplies they're talking about, the baby oil, Astroglide, you had to be glistening. Were there freak offs where you ran out of baby oil? Defense said, objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant. Prosecution said, you also mentioned Astroglide. Same objection, irrelevant, sidebar. Why is it such a big contention about if they ran out of oil or not? Where's it going? What does it matter if they ran out of baby oil? You don't get it, Mel. Diddy.
Ball at UNLV, and then he came back to Compton and founded Death.
See what Shook had to say about this. It's freak out parties.
Sean Diddy Combs.
And see what's going on. But at the same time, that's not no cheerful thing, because when you look at it, that man have kids.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever affects him definitely affects his kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's a lot of victims involved in it, and whatever affects them affects their kids. So it's not a good thing to be talking about any shit about the next person. But it's not a gray area with me. And at the same time, Puffy didn't react or get where he got or doing those things or those allegations by himself. He was taught from people before him, and he did it to the younger people after him. And we can talk all day and say what's true, what's not true. Only true part about it is videos, conversations, and people can see what they've done.
Mm-hmm.
But for it being happy and proud and say what do people think, that's irrelevant.
So sure.
It's just like I heard earlier today when Ray J was talking to TMZ.
Mm-hmm.
I got love for Harvey, but I see Charles always got something negative to say when it comes to West Coast people. And Charles tried to make a reference to say that how do I feel when I'm in prison. Yeah, I'm in prison. I guarantee you I'm free more than Charles. If I feel like sleeping to 5 o'clock, or I want to sleep 12 hours a day, I can.
Sure.
But besides all that, the fact is, it's not no competition who's going to talk the loudest or talk the best. It's not something positive that can help anybody. I don't get on no platforms unless it be something positive. If it ain't positive.
I
All right, let's get back to some of the Astroglide gate, Loop gate. So prosecution's back and says, we were just talking about Astroglide. How was it used? I guess they don't want the baby oil coming up for some reason. She says lubricant. And the prosecution says, if you ran out, what? We'd call staff or the bell desk, give them a tip. Were the freak offs lit? Wow. What does that mean? Initially, it was a candle, strong smelling Glade. Oh, okay. Oh, they was lit, somebody said here. Oh, they were lit. Damn, so they were using so much lubricant that they had to have people, staff, bell desk, all kinds of employees in and out picking up the lubrication supplies and tipping them. Can't imagine how much, hundreds of thousands of dollars maybe they spent over a couple of years. How much Diddy spent between tips and product supplies. The stock must have dropped after all this shit happened. Damn. After this whole trafficking stuff and the arrest. Dip in sales. Man. Lubrication gate. It's gonna be tough. I really want to know the cross. I wonder how many days she's gonna be with the prosecution before they get to the cross examination. So this Diddy thing, a lot of people are talking about the Diddy case. It's all over the place. The Diddy case trial. We're going to see how we can juggle covering this and the breaking stories that are happening. Out of his mind. Kanye. Shiloh Oh, we gotta check on Shiloh Hendrix's update on the GoFundMe. Did she reach 800,000 yet? Give saying go. Let's take a quick look. 774,000. Okay, so it slowed down a little bit. All right, checking for some updates. Let's take a look. No update yet, I think. Strong smell of Glade. Oh, here we go. Just got one. Any other use of candle wax? She says, a few times poured on my body. Who set the temperature of the room? She says, Sean. I was expected to do freak-offs on my period. Oh, Lord. Did you want to do that? She says, no. Oh, boy. She's being asked very specific graphic details about the freak-offs and who helped set them up. She says Sean choreographed them, and they happen at these different hotels, went by different names. She described them as elaborate sex marathons, the freak-offs, with another man that fulfilled Combs' desires for voyeurism. She testified that freak-offs quickly made her feel disgusting and humiliated. Combs was not receptive to her concerns. Once, Cassandra says, Sean Combs asked her to get into a blown-up pool filled with baby oil inside a hotel room. Dang. She says she was wearing her clothes and shoes and didn't want to, but at that point I couldn't say no because she was worried about his temper. Something that Sean wanted to happen, that's what's going on. That's what's going to happen. Whatever he wants, he gets. A whole pool, blown up a pool filled with baby oil. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. That's pretty wild. Oh, Lord. Damn. So the prosecution asks, did you want to be urinated on? Defense says, objection. Judge says, grounds. Asked and answered. Judge says, overruled. No, I did not want it. Prosecution says, how did it feel? She says it was disgusting. It was too much. I choked. No one could think I wanted it. Why were you choking? Too much urine in my mouth. Who else urinated on you? Sean, P. Diddy. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me. How often did it happen? Very often. Dang! Oh, man. Oh. Oh, my gosh. That's crazy. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Some people are into that, though. You know? Man, bro, that's just crazy. And you got to imagine Sean's family's there too. The victim's family's there. The husband is there. The Sean's kids are there. Mama, everybody, grandma. Oh my God. They're over here talking about, the intimate details of pee and urine. That's crazy. Some people are into that, though. Some people really are into that. Some people enjoy that. I don't, she's saying she didn't. So, but I'm just saying in general, there's people that are into that type of play, like peeing on each other and stuff, or even the other stuff too. Alan, thank you so much for the gifts. Thank you. That's crazy. Wild. Man, that's wild, dude. The whole peeing thing is crazy, and then also, I want you to get into a pool. This guy had a whole plastic pool inside the hotel, filled up with baby oil, and I want you to get in there fully clothed. Wow. Wow. Jeez. Disturbing, man. Is that what happens when you have all that money and you just get bored? You got to find new fetishes and turn-ons and shit. You see, you have everything you could have. Everything's boring to you. So after you need more and more, like the next high thing, the next craziest shit. So it continues on. Which hotel charged the most damage to the room? She says the Intercontinental in New York. They redecorated the whole room for ridiculous money. Back to the urination. Okay. Judge says, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Miss Johnson. What? Judge says, Miss Johnson, only a few more questions. Prosecution says, why didn't you say no? It was obvious I didn't want to be on the ground being urinated on by two men. Jeez. Where did you find Escorts? Initially Craigslist. They're taking a break now. Okay. Wow. Twitchy Bear says, not everyone, just those that get power chips. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. They're taking a little break. They already took lunch break earlier. Dang, bro. Woo. Is Victim 3 still? Oh, that was 5 days ago. Yeah, Victim 3 missing.
Welcome to TMZ Live. Harvey Levin here.
Charles here.
Okay.
This shit is crazy. What a day, man. So let me check out some of the other things here. We got this one that's about to talk about Diddy. That's crazy, man. Diddy, what are you doing? And you got these other escorts too. Yeah, maybe it's about degrading her. You know, I guess.
Is going to use some of these examples as they are being discussed here in this open court. Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in. According to her testimony, I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. So again, these are just some of the things that are coming out now early, and we're getting now more involved into these alleged freak-off parties and times with Diddy, Cassie, and others who would be invited to participate in this. So before lunch, it was all about getting to know Diddy.
Coming from a traditional
as a couple. Now we are progressing pretty quickly by the prosecution on how these freak-offs wanted to be executed by Diddy, how Cassie was to perform with these sexual partners, and what the expectation was after these freak-offs as well. And again, Cassie saying in open court that she felt that he would be angry at her.
That oil could be a thing of his too. Maybe that's a turn on, like the oil.
She did not perform at a level that he felt was entertainment on behalf of him. This whole voyeurism, the swinger lifestyle. We are also expecting defense attorneys, when they do the cross-examination and really closing arguments, to say, look, people have different sexual experiences.
Right.
And Cassie and Diddy certainly had one that was not what you would describe as normal for a partnership to have. But just because it's not normal doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker, or it doesn't mean that he
That's
is
what the defense is trying to say, yeah.
prostitution. They are going to really come in on Cassie and say, why did you perform with these sex workers? Why did you just not say to the person, look, it's not happening with me. I don't know what you've been told, but I am not having sex with you. Why did you not say that to these sex workers? Even if Diddy was telling you, please do not do that. Continue to do these freak-offs or I will beat you or I will end your career. Why didn't you just get out of the home, call 911, and say everything to the police? That is going to be a lot of the questioning that we are going to be getting from the different amounts of cross-examination to Cassie and really other witnesses that prosecutors come on the stand with. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual position with escorts to the lighting of the room.
That's great. To the lighting, dude.
For hours, she said, and even when she wanted to stop, she was scared to. So again, the defense will ask her in the cross-examinations, what were you so scared about to say, no, I've had enough? What would have happened? Why do you feel that Diddy was so controlling like this? And if you didn't stop, what would have happened? Remember, these are all questions. They need to poke holes into the testimony there of Cassie, and that will be coming up a little bit later, maybe as early as tomorrow here. So again, we are providing you these updates as Cassie is now describing to the prosecution and to the jury that she was involved in freak-off weekly for a consistent amount of years. She felt that this was happening on a weekly basis, that Diddy provided the drugs, the alcohol, the venue, and even the sex workers to do this, and that he called all the shots at all times. So that is another key piece of evidence that we are learning from Cassie on the stand right now. And again, this is always fast moving just because these updates are coming in real time right now, and we want to try to get those to you and really reach out to you at all times. Also in open court, Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront a rival record executive, Suge Knight, at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, like, please don't do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do. She said, it's like I wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner here. So again, more updates coming in real time right now. We're doing our best to stay on top of all of that for you on Live Down from Fox. Another major update. Cassie Ventura said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated in.
Partying, drugs.
Frequency of
probably
the
is
and the
hard to
drug
remember all that.
It just felt like it was all I was good for him to do was freak offs, Ventura said, her voice breaking. I was humiliated. Ventura began crying as she recalled feeling good about getting one-on-one time with Sean Combs during the parties, which would last for 2 or 3 days at a time. It was the only time I could get with him, Ventura added. She said that she would sometimes try to talk him out of the freak-offs, always taking care to use a gentle voice because she didn't want him to feel judged. So this is another major takeaway from this Cassie Ventura on the stand right now. Prosecution trying to get that all out there, that at some point, remember we just talked about how to try to put some holes into the testimony while Cassie says that she was on drugs during most of these freak-offs, and then she's adding that she feels like she can't remember all of the times because of her consistent drug use and because it was happening at such a rate weekly, and some of these parties would last 2 or 3 days. She is also saying under oath right now that she had to use a small voice and a light voice when telling Diddy, maybe she doesn't have to do this amount of freak off right now or be in this party zone setting with this sexual nature that continues. She felt she had to use that small voice because she did not want him to get really irate and very upset. So these are just major things that we are learning right now from the trial, and we are continuing to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox, always worldwide for you, bringing you these updates just as we get them. Cassie Ventura still on the stand right now, still taking direct questions from the prosecution, where we are providing these updates to you all in real time. Thanks to all our viewers worldwide joining us. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you and giving you these updates from our court reporters that are doing such a great job of providing the updates. They're just typing it out as they are hearing it, as they are looking and watching what is being transpired inside of this courtroom. Remember, if Diddy is convicted on all of these counts, he is looking at life in prison here. So this is an all-in moment for Diddy, and also we are waiting for the cross-examination of Cassie. That will be very, very fiery.
Oh, yeah. The cross-examination? They're still on break, by the way.
She is openly crying on the witness stand.
Yes. So you guys hear that? She's crying on the witness stand. She's crying on the witness stand. Tears. And some other posts, they say she's rubbing her belly. You just imagine how that's probably affecting the jury and just anybody in general watching. Even though some people have reported that the family's indifferent. She's there crying, rubbing the belly. The family's just straight face, no emotions. The cross. Oh, I can't wait for the cross, man. But we're going to probably have to wait. I don't know how long. The cross is going to get, they have to get dirty, but they're going to have to be strategic in it. That's why I think they need to get that Steele guy. Bring the lawyer with the bulletproof vest. He's been shot multiple times in court, been arrested. All kinds of shit. They need to bring Steele. They got to bring the hardened military lawyer. You know what I'm saying? They got to bring Steele in, the young thug lawyer, to take on Cassie. And they're going to have to point out, and I guess they're going to have to go after her. It's going to be hard going after a pregnant woman. It's not going to be easy. Because some of the things I was surprised the prosecution moved on, the whole Suge Knight. What happened there? After he went and got the gun, you didn't ask, well, did he tell you what happened? What happened after? They killed somebody? They shot this dude? What happened? I mean, I know he's in jail right now, but Diddy's about that life. Diddy's getting guns, baby oil, Astroglide. He'll run up on you if he has to. That boy was literally talking about everything. The music songs that he did. What was that? The album, the No Life or End Life, with the P. Diddy album. He had some good music back in the day. There was one album I liked. It was kind of a sad, depressing album, though. No Way Out. No Way Out. No Way Out. Victory. Been around the world and yeah. I don't wanna, and I don't know when, I don't know why. But they want us and I don't know why they hate us. Is it a baby? Or I'm a Sadie? Baby. Can't nobody hold me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. No Way Out was the best-selling rap album of 1997 in Canada. Canada? What the hell? Canada. With nearly 10 million copies sold, Puff Daddy and the Family, No Way Out remains Sean Combs' most best-selling album and is widely considered to be a quintessential classic 90s rap album. Senorita, Pain. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. It's all about the Benjamins. Might not be that many people that know that album, but I'll Be Missing You. Yeah. Every step I take, maybe every move I make. Oh, man. If I Should Die Tonight was really good, too. Victory. Mace had a really good album, too. I used to like Mace's stuff back in the day. Mace was beefing with Mace, and Academics were kind of beefing, or his co-host, Mace's co-host. Mace is doing a show, maybe with Cameron. I think they're doing a show, a podcast show. All right, let's see. Are they back yet? Still on? Okay, they're still on break. Probably because she's pregnant. Maybe they're taking, giving consideration. So they take a little extra break, let her get some water, whatever she has to do. Z Solo, allegedly, Diddy tried to get Cassie's help. Yeah, I saw that. We covered that. They tried to get him thrown out, ban him because they were going to use him for testimony later. They were going to question him. I think they were going to say they could catch him in a lie, almost like an interrogation where cops separate the suspects to see if their stories line up. So they didn't want him watching her testimony, but the judge denied it. I'm over here talking with ChatGPT. Let's see, Sean Diddy Combs.
Not the IRS.
Well, did he walk?
Final question, Jesse. I want you to put your soothsayer hat on. Does he walk or does he go down for the rest of his life?
Did he?
I would say that he's probably going to be convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution. I think it's a very difficult charge for him to avoid, which carries up to 10 years in prison. When you deal with racketeering or sex trafficking, that's a more difficult argument. You may see a conviction if the prosecution really presents a thorough case that the jury would understand. They may be hung. If one juror, that's a hung jury. So it's difficult to say, but I think the last charge, or the two charges, transportation to engage in prostitution, it would be likely he will be convicted of that.
Folks, fascinating stuff. Jesse Weber, great to have you on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
That was it.
A slew of stories in the past week have rekindled some important debates about the state of discourse and the limits of free speech. First, there was a heated racism debate on this show, sparked by the rival outpourings of public support for alleged black killer Carmelo Anthony and for racist white mother Shiloh Hendricks. Contributor on this show, launched racist.
Correct.
Word.
I guess.
Outpouring, the argue, but it hasn't. Yeah, he went to it.
We can circle back when you can.
You still talking about Kanye West? Oh gosh. Okay, I thought he had more on the Diddy thing. It was like a 10-second thing. Did he do it?
Discussing the amounts of freak-offs that she is in. Remember, this has to be a very humiliating time for her, or an awkward time. She is describing this in open court. This is being described all over the world now, of her nature, of her sexual nature with Diddy, about these freak-off allegations.
Still on break, still on break.
She feels like right
Let me use the
now
restroom real quick.
maybe the whole world is watching
Lisa,
her.
thank you for being new here.
Cameras on
Appreciate
her,
you.
But she feels that the whole world is now judging her sexual activity with Diddy, and many wondering why she just did not leave. That is going to be the major question from defense attorneys once they do get a shot at Cassie on the stand. They are going to
Thank you
say,
for joining the
Cassie
team.
Ventura,
Dark
describe to us why you felt you could never get out of the relationship, why you felt you could never tell anyone about what was going on, why you could never call 911, why you felt that you were always the victim but never ever the aggressor. Why is that? That is what they are going to be doing. And again, we are waiting for those updates all in real time, everyone. Watch with us here live on Live Now from Fox as we break it down for you, waiting on more updates from our court reporters that are continuing to do such a great job. We'll be back with much. All right, just some updates from earlier. Again, I am your host, Mike Page, worldwide for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the latest as Cassie Ventura is on the stand, day 2 of the Diddy trial. And I want to just showcase some of the latest developments that came from all of this, including one of the major takeaways that Cassie talked about. She described in open court how each freak-off involved about 10 large bottles of Johnson's brand baby oil. Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water, and applied liberally because Combs wanted her glistening constantly, she said. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside, even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess, she said. It was like, what are we doing? As she was being questioned, Cassie prosecutor Emily Johnson returned again and asked a simple but important question. Whose decision was it? Sean, Cassie replied, each time referring to Combs. It was his decision, she said, to involve her in freak-offs, to incorporate baby oil and male sex workers, to pour candle wax on her body, and much more. And right now, they are just in a brief break. They need to take little short breaks here and there because Cassie is pregnant and on the stand. And right now, it is getting very emotional as well. The defense, prosecution, and judge just moments ago had a sidebar. A lot of the details prosecutor Emily Johnson has sought in this part of the testimony feel a bit repetitive. She is asking Cassie Ventura the brand of lube and baby oil.
Yeah, that was crazy.
In these freak-offs and how it was used. The defense objected.
They got pissed
to that. Just moments ago, the judge
they just came back.
A short break. Last.
They just came back. We should start getting some updates now. And let's get ready. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Appreciate it. I've been working on all this little technical. You'd be surprised how much technical crap there is in the background that I'm trying to navigate and update. But all right, so we're back. Judge says, ready, all rise. Prosecution starts. Miss Ventura, in what cities did you respond to ads on Craigslist? She says, in New York. Prosecution says, did you respond to ads on Backpage as well? Oh, snap. She says, yes. And for those that don't know, Backpage is like Craigslist. Craigslist, it was a regular ad site, but it was also a place where, escorts were on there and people were purchasing escorts and stuff like that. Backpage, I think, was like an alternative because Craigslist, that portion of it, the sex part of it got shut down. So she was on Backpage ads as well, responding. Prosecution says, who directed you to communicate with escorts? Defense says, objection. Prosecution says, who, if anyone, same objection, assumes a fact, not in evidence. Prosecution then says, did you ever reach out to escort independently? And she says no. So what they're trying to do here, what they're trying to say, I think they're trying to say that, like, the only reason she was doing this is because of Sean Diddy Combs. They're trying to say that she wasn't doing this of her own volition, or she wasn't like doing it by herself, that she on her own. Did she do escort? Did she reach out to these people by herself? She did it because of Diddy is what they're trying to say. Oh, they got Backpage too? Damn. Damn, bro. Yeeted.
Mentioned that their witness, Cassie Ventura, would need frequent bathroom breaks. A reminder that she is very pregnant. That may be why the judge ordered a break, but this has also been very difficult testimony to listen to. We should also point out that Rodney Jones, a producer on
Live
Sean
Life
Combs'
Full
latest
247
album,
donated $9.99 through Super
Oh,
Chat.
thank you.
Thanks for covering this mail. Purple heart emoji.
Thank you, Live Love Full. Appreciate the 10. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support.
Has alleged in a separate civil lawsuit against Combs that he was aware of the freak-offs, naming associates who were allegedly recruited for and participated in the sex acts, as well as others allegedly in charge of securing Combs's drugs and guns. Cassie Ventura was asked earlier very specific and graphic details about how the freak-offs were set up and who helped set them up. Ventura said freak-offs were very choreographed experiences conducted by Sean Combs. They happened in hotel rooms in New York City, Atlanta, Los Angeles, Miami, and internationally as well. These hotel reservations were made under aliases: Jackie Starr for Ventura, Frank Black or Frank White for Combs. When Cassie Ventura tried to tell Sean Combs she was not a fan of freak-offs, her longtime boyfriend berated her, according to her testimony this afternoon. Ventura said she would backpedal at that point for fear of disappointing Combs. Jurors were shown a series of 2010 emails between the couple, starting off raunchy and playful before turning into an argument about whether Ventura would want to participate in future freak-offs. We also learned that Cassie Ventura referred to Sean Combs as Pop Pop, was first mentioned in her lawsuit against him,
about that too.
which was filed back in November of 2023. Ventura explained the origin of the nickname again on the stand. Ventura wanted to refer to Combs by a name no one else called him. Combs then asked her what she used to call her grandfather. Ventura recalled it was Pop Pop. Combs then asked Ventura to refer to him that way, Cassie said on the stand earlier today as well. And again, we are providing you these updates all in real time. On Live Now from Fox, we are worldwide for you, continuing to bring you the updates from inside of this courtroom. They are just on a brief break right now, but again, we want to continue to Emily John.
All right, so let's get to some of these. I was giving it a little bit to see if we can get some updates. Thank you guys for the support, man. I wish they were streaming this. I really wish they were. Kenny Soul, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Kenny Soul. Thank you for following. Thank you for the subscribers. Dina, John, Muriel, Carol Ortiz. Thank you so much. It helps a lot with the channel, so thank you. Okay, updates. So the last thing they asked was, did you reach out to these escort services? Like, did you reach out to Escorts independently? She said no. Let me see if they updated this. Okay, here we go. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. Oh, okay, we still haven't updated. All right, let me check the other reporters then in the meantime. Sometimes it's like constantly coming with updates, and sometimes there's like these pauses in between. Hello? Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, bye. Tissa Tells is live. Let's check out while we wait. I think she was live earlier. Oh, she's live now. Yeah, okay.
So bogged down on the minutia. They are.
Let's listen to what she had to say real quick.
But guess what? It's also a great day for the prosecution. Now listen, y'all know I am Team Cassie all day, every day. But this was not a good day for the prosecution. It's not that Cassie didn't have a story to tell. It's not that she wasn't a good witness. It's the fact that whoever, it wasn't Maureen Comey. Maureen Comey is the lead prosecutor. She is a beast. It's the fact that this other girl that they have questioning Cassie, yeah, it's not giving. She is getting so bogged down in the minutia, okay? She is getting so bogged down on, I'm trying to see, can I go stand over there? Let's go see before security tell me to move. They are getting so bogged down on the minutia. They are getting so bogged down on, so who bought the baby oil? Who bought the Astroglide? Who bought this? It doesn't matter. When I tell you this girl's voice was like a lullaby, again, they need to go in. Take us to the horror. Take us to the drama. They even spent 30 minutes talking about how Cassie didn't have comfortable, like Diddy kept calling her predictable, and Cassie didn't feel comfortable in the freakouts, but she never clearly said she didn't say no. It's not because she didn't say no, it's because the prosecution is not asking the right questions. So it literally is, you could even look at the jury and see that it was losing the jury. What is so hard? We have a video of her being dragged. We have a video of horrible things happening. Cassie literally almost drowned in a sea of urine. When Diddy and the Smex worker, what's up, C. Herbert? Thank you for the super chat. When Diddy and the Smex worker literally went in and she literally felt like she was drowning. Which, by the way, when I heard that, I said, remember when Young Miami was like, oh, I love being like golden showers. And then she walked it back and was like, I ain't mean that. No, Diddy has a big fetish for that. He literally almost tried. Listen, I don't know if Young Miami was doing it because Cassie said that it was about 6 months to a year in where they had about 6 months to a year into the relationship, definitely a year. That's when Diddy brought up the idea of voyeurism, right? And he's like, oh, I've always had this fantasy, this and that. And then she finally agreed to it because she was like, yo, I don't want to lose him. I think I got to do this to keep him happy. And she said after that happened, Diddy was like, welcome to the freak show, because she was having him like every week. After that, he was like, again. My whole point in the matter is this prosecutor, she's a blonde-haired woman. They need to sit her down and put Maureen Comey back on. Because when I tell you, how do you take a heavily pregnant, beautiful witness and you literally, so it's called laying foundation. You just can't go in and be like, tell us how Diddy was a monster. No, you need to lay foundation. You need to say, okay, where were you? Who were you around? How do you know this to be true? That's called laying foundation. The only thing is when you are a skilled prosecutor, and I think this girl like might be new, when you are let me step out the way before, if y'all see me run, you know security's gonna come and tell me to move off the steps. But when you are a skilled prosecutor, it is very easy for you to lay foundation in a way that is very, very like entertaining to the jury. And I hate to use the word entertaining, but when it comes to the jury, you have to keep the jury riveted. If the jury is not riveted, then what are you doing? If the jury looks like they're about to fall asleep and you're trying to get somebody for Smex trafficking and abuse and all that stuff, then you need to ask yourself, what are you really doing? they need to sit that prosecutor down. This was not a good day for the prosecution, but I'll go over that in detail on live because I got my book of shadows right here. Let's talk about the real thing that I thought was so surprising. Mark Agnifilo was out there gangbanging, windmilling to keep Cassie's video down. So basically, they have videos of the freak-offs, okay? Now, I was actually talking to the two lawyers that were representing the press and the public. They believe that because this is high interest, it's high stakes, this and that, anybody in the courtroom should be able to see the tape. They said at the very least, even if you can't see the tape, they believe that there should be somebody from the certified press pool, Legacy Media, Washington Post, CNN, New York Times, like Legacy, like supposed to be serious media, right? So that was that. And I was like, okay. And here's the thing. The judge said that there is a heavy First Amendment consideration because you can't see cameras in the courtroom. You can't have cameras in the courtroom. There is a heavy First Amendment administration. My brain's fried. Hold on, let me say, thank you so much, Connie Cruz, for becoming a member of the Tattletales. Y'all, I'm out here trying to recover my costs for this trip.
Yeah.
So if y'all could show some love, I would appreciate it. If y'all see me looking to the left, I don't think I'm supposed to be filming right here, but nobody ever told me I actually couldn't. So, I'm just gonna, it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. So anyway, right? When there's a First Amendment, it means that the public has a right to know. It means that because we have a vested interest. Oh my God, Don Hell, thank you so much. Don Hell just sent me a cash app for a coffee break after the court work, and I'm gonna get it. You gave me enough for a Frappuccino. Not Starbucks. We still boycotting, but you sent me enough for a Frappuccino. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
So listen, when there's a First Amendment right, all that means is the public has a right to know. You can't do anything behind closed doors because at the end of the day, the prosecution is representing us. So since they're representing us, we should have a right to know. So anyway, they're like, listen, if the people in the court can't see it, and I was going to give you playback. If the people in the court can't see it, play it, then we should actually just have a press pool, and then they can describe it. Mark Agnifilo gets up, and he was like, for what? For what?
Okay, let's pause there for a second. Let's catch up, man. Let's catch up. Plastisa Loves, the link is in the description if you want to watch her, if you like her content. She's out there in person. She's going inside the courtroom. I guess she steps out when she takes breaks, and she's streaming, I guess, after the end of the day. All right, so let's catch up a little bit here. What happened? Did you reach out to Escort independently? She said no. Did you ever not use an escort who arrived? One couldn't perform, so Sean sent them on. Oh, damn. What was a safe escort? Not a cop, and someone who'd not run and tell everyone about their experience with us. Why not a cop? I learned this whole situation was not legal. You learned that shit? You didn't know that? Okay. Defense's objection. Just as jury will disregard that last answer. How did Cash get there? Security or he brought it himself? Okay. That's all? That's all the updates so far. Okay, not a lot of updates. Let me see what some of the other reporters said. Male escort at freak-offs were typically paid between $1,500 and $5,000 or $6,000 at the end of the session. Cassie testified. She said Sean usually handed her the cash, which she gave to the escorts. So she was like the middle person, too. Okay, let's see what else here. Damn. She said there was also some other service. So they talked about the Craigslist or back page. Later on, she found a service called Cowboys for Angels, which has a website that offers male escorts. The defense has noted that this service was far from underground. It was featured in a Showtime reality series called Gigolos. Ventura testifies that she would tell the escorts that it was her husband's fantasy to watch her having sex with another man. Oh, okay. Alrighty. All right, waiting for some.
What? Yana, for what? What exactly are they gonna do with this? This is hardcore explicit material. What exact? Thank you, Rachel Gole. Thank you, Miss Gole. And C. Herbert, thank you for becoming a member of the Tattletale family. I appreciate y'all. And Rachel, thank you for the super chat. So he's like, Yana, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do with this, Yana? Like, what is explicit material, Yana? And it was a good point. But then I was sitting next to Robert. I was sitting next to the lawyer. Girl, your girl's in the mix. I was sitting next to the lawyers that the press sent in to represent them. They jumped up, and the judge was like, well, if anybody has any objections, and they jumped up. I do, Your Honor. They were in the gallery with us, and he's like, all right, come on, approach the court. So he went into the court, went to the pulpit, you know, where the prosecutors speak, and he was like, Your Honor, no, what do you mean? What are we gonna do with it? That's not the way things work. We, as members of the press and the public, you don't need to worry about what we're gonna do with the information. We just need the information, and we have a right to the information. So what is the big deal? And again, that's a good point too, and especially because I wanted to see it. So I was like, yeah, Robert, eat it all up. So they
Okay, thanks. All right, you guys want to move on from this? Okay. All right. I didn't see the chat. All right. They said move on. All right. Well, you know where to find her if you want to watch her. All right. Girl, you saw what happened, girl? Whoa! Okay. All right. A little tiny update. Security brought the cash in himself. Security, or he brought it himself. Ventura, judge, security, or he brought it himself. Prosecutor says the escort Dave. Do you know his real name? She says Clayton Howard. Oh, Lord. Who is this? Photo shown to the witness. Oh, that's Daniel. What service did you use? A dancer service. Oh, God. Damn, all these escorts being put on blast, man. Oh, hell no.
At all times where Cassie was, wanting to know what she was up to, what she was working on.
What you doing? What you wearing?
These are all things that have been talked about in open court, and Cassie continues to describe some of those things, and we brought that to you here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue to bring you some of those details on Live Now. But I'm just looking for other updates to pass along to you. We do have some other big news to report here. We are learning some new information, so just stay with us here. Other items Cassie Ventura said she saw in Sean Combs' safes were cash, jewelry, videotapes, and SD cards from cameras. Cassie Ventura was asked to recall when Sean Combs first proposed the freak-offs to her, which she testified about earlier in the morning. She said he raised the idea of voyeuristic sex parties after he began physically abusing her. Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in, according to her testimony. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke.
Oh.
I want to say that again to everybody. I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. Asked how she felt after her first freak-off, Cassie Ventura answered, I was high, so there wasn't much of a feeling. She said she felt a mixture of dirty and confusion, but at the same time, he's really happy with me and I did something right. I didn't know what was going to happen after that, Ventura said. Now, also, let's keep an eye. Of course, I've been talking about defense, of course, taking notes during this. No doubt they are going to be zeroing in on some of this testimony, saying that she said openly in court that she was on drugs at the time of this freak-off. They are going to ask her in open court on this cross-examination, You say you were on drugs during this first freak off. How do you remember things so vividly? It's to our understanding when you're on drugs, things can become a little bit loose, and you may forget things from time to time, but it seems like you have a pretty clear understanding of what happened. How is that? And if you're not telling us the truth on the drug use, how are you telling us the truth and the jury on this alleged freak off? So again, these are just some of the things that are going to be discussed here in open court as the cross-examination will begin at some point here. But again, we're providing you these updates all in real time. And again, just waiting for more major updates to come from this right now. But again, Cassie Ventura is on the stand in day 2 of this Diddy trial, and we're bringing you updates as they happen from the court reporters inside right now. But again, it's great to just think about just some of the ways that the defense is going to use some of these examples as they are being discussed here in this open court. Sean Combs arranged the first freak-off that Cassie Ventura participated in. According to her testimony, I understood him to be a dancer, Ventura said, referring to a male escort whose photo was being shown to the jury as she spoke. He was paid to entertain, to dance, and to have intercourse with me, she said. She added that drugs and alcohol were present at the sex party held at a Los Angeles home Combs was renting at the time. So again, these are just some of the things that are coming out now early.
Okay, so they're talking about that. Let's check out some of the updates. So they're going through the names of escorts. The escort Dave, do you know his real name? Clayton Howard. And then she gets shown a picture. That's Daniel. And what service did you use? A dancer service. And then it says, do you recognize Jules? She says yes. In what cities did you have freak-offs with Jules? New York, Los Angeles, Vegas. Do you know his last name? No. Who's this? I knew him as the Punisher. Damn. Wow, there was a male escort by the name of Punisher. Oh, Lord Almighty. Jesus. Lord, say a prayer for us. The Punisher. Dang.
Look, people have different sexual experiences, and Cassie and Diddy certainly had one that was not what you would describe as normal for a partnership to have. But just because it's not normal doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker, or it doesn't mean that he is engaging in prostitution. They are going to really come in on Cassie and say, why did you perform with these sex workers? Why did you just not say to the person, look, it's not happening with me. I don't know what you've been told, but I am not having sex with you. Why did you not say that to these sex workers? Even if Diddy was telling you, please do not do that. Continue to do these freak-offs or I will beat you or I will end your career. Why didn't you just get out of the home, call 911, and say everything to the police? That is going to be a lot of the questioning that we are going to be getting from the different amounts of cross-examination to Cassie and really other witnesses that prosecutors come on the stand with. Cassie Ventura testified that Sean Combs involved her in freak-offs weekly for a consistent amount of years, from early in their relationship until about 2017 or 2018. She said Combs provided drugs and called all the shots, choreographing everything from her sexual position with escorts to the lighting of the room.
Like it was a music video or something, man. Wow. Let's see more updates. So we got the Punisher. They're going through all these list names of escorts. Why did they call him the Punisher? Jeez Louise. Can't leave us hanging there. Let's see what else we got. Cassandra is running through a list of many escorts who she says participated in the freak-offs, sometimes traveling to get there. The men use names like Dave, Jules, and the Punisher. Wow.
Also in open court, Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to confront a rival record executive, Suge Knight, at Mel's Drive-In, a landmark diner nearby. Combs sprang into action after his bodyguard came in and told him of Knight's whereabouts, she said. Combs and the bodyguard, dressed in black clothes, grabbed guns from a safe and loaded into an SUV, she said. I was crying, I was screaming, like, please don't do anything stupid, Cassie testified. I was really nervous for them. I didn't know what they were going to do. She said, it's like I wasn't even there. Cassie said Combs later returned, but she didn't say if he told her what happened. It's unclear if he ended up encountering Knight at the diner here. So again, more updates coming in real time right now. We're doing our best to stay on top of all of that for you on Live Down from Fox. Another major update. Cassie Ventura said it would be impossible to remember every freak-off she participated.
They're kind of behind, pretty behind. So the Punisher, they ask about that. Just got another update. Did you use drugs at every freak-off? She says yes. I needed to disassociate and become emotionless. Who else used drugs at the freak-offs? She said Sean did, sometimes the escorts. What other drugs did you use? She says Special K, GHB, and mushrooms. Damn, them boys are getting lit. Them boys are getting lit. Wow. Damn. Special K. Wow. Yeah, he said, yes, please, Tom. I had a friend that was into that Special K. She said it was therapeutic.
5 and right here on the Fox Local app for all of the day's news as it develops. We'll see you back.
Eyewitness News reporter.
They got off. Batista's still on? I don't want to kill these people. Hold on. Diddy and Cassie want tapes banned. Press and prosecutors push back.
These counts, he is looking at life in prison here. So this is an all-in moment for Diddy, and also We are waiting for the cross-examination of
Ooh, I
Cassie.
can't
That
wait,
will
yeah.
be very, very fiery. We are learning that now Cassie is breaking down on the stand. She is openly crying
Oh yeah,
on the
she's
witness
crying. Yeah, she's been
stand
crying.
as she is discussing the amounts of freak-offs that she is in. Remember, this has to be a very humiliating time for her, or an awkward time. She is describing this in open court. This is being described all over the world now, of her nature, of her sexual nature with Diddy, about these freak-off allegations and so much more. She feels like right now that maybe the whole world is watching her, even though there's not cameras on her, but she feels that the whole world is now judging her sexual activity with Diddy, and many, many wondering why she just did not leave. That is going to be the major, major question from defense attorneys once they do get a shot at Cassie on the stand. They are going to say, Cassie Ventura, describe to us why you felt you could never get out of the relationship, why you felt you could never tell anyone about what was going on, why you could never call 911, why you felt that you were always the victim but never ever the aggressor. Why is that? That is what they are going to be doing. And again, we are waiting for those updates all in real time, everyone. Watch with us here live on Live Now from Fox as we break it down for you, waiting on more updates from our court reporters that are continuing to do such a great job. We'll be back with much more on Live Now from Fox as we get these updates.
Okay.
Well, thanks to all our viewers worldwide, continuing to bring you these major updates on Cassie is still on the stand. Day 2 of the Diddy trial. I am your host worldwide.
Diddy. What else do we have? Still waiting. Still waiting. So Special K, GHB, mushrooms. They're getting all kinds of drugs. Top of the line. Coke, MDMA, Molly, alcohol, everything. Every day was a party, non-stop. No sleep. You got Cialis, Viagra, everything, man, everything to keep it going. Wow. That's incredible. Updates are coming in very slow. Images of escorts are simultaneously being shown to the jury. All the photos so far have been black or Latino men. Oh, you got a preference. Sean Combs. You like them black Latino guys. Ecstasy, cocaine, marijuana, ketamine, mushrooms, whatever was the drug of choice at that point. She says she took the drugs for disassociating, some kind of buffer from whatever she was experiencing. Okay. Prosecution says, I'll read Sean's parts of the emails you read. She says, when should I take the thing? When will you be there? Prosecution pausing. You there? What did you mean? She says, drugs. Then he continues to read, I took mine, I'm flying. Prosecution says, what does he mean? She says, he's high. High on that supply.
Urination accusations. The
Oh, yeah.
assistant U.S. attorney asking her, why were you choking? Ventura said, too much urine in my mouth. The prosecution said, who else urinated on you? Ventura said, Sean. Did you want Sean to urinate on you? I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, she said. How often did it happen? Ventura said, often enough. So these are just some of the very, very graphic details that to continue to come out here in this case that, remember, folks, we are only on day 2 of this trial. But some of this information that has been coming out has been very, very graphic. And she's discussing the ways that these freak-offs were coordinated, the amount of lube and baby oil that was a part of these freak-offs. And she says it was all organized and choreographed by Diddy, getting the help sometimes of his staff. Some of the big takeaways, remember, Cassie said the freak-offs were a very choreographed experience with lots of baby oil. The substance would be heated up, a closed bottle placed in a sink filled with hot water and applied liberally because Combs wanted her to be glistening constantly, she said. Now, these are just some of the very, very graphic details talking about the amount of baby oil and the way that it was used as well. Combs would call out Cassie when she looked dry and ordered her to reapply, sometimes requiring a new coat of baby oil every 5 minutes or so, she said. On one occasion, she said a blow-up pool of baby oil and lubricants was placed in a hotel room, and she was told to get inside even with her outfit on and shoes on. She said close to 10 large-sized bottles of baby oil would be used during a freak-off. It was such a mess. It was like, what are we doing here?
Jeez.
Some more of the graphic details that came out. And Cassie testified that her first freak-off occurred in Combs' Los Angeles home when she was 22, around the year of 2008. She said a male Las Vegas stripper came to the home just months after Combs told her about his interest in voyeurism. Cassie said she felt a mix of emotions when they were finished, dirty and confused, but also relief that Combs was really happy with me, that I did something right, she said. She also said she felt obligated to go along with future freak-offs. I just didn't want to make him upset. I just didn't want to make him angry and regret telling me about this experience that was so personal. Asked if there was anything she enjoyed about freak-offs, an emotional Cassie said, the time spent with him. Wiping away tears, she explained that those encounters provided some of the only one-on-one time she had with Combs. Soon, she said, she was doing freak-offs weekly. The final one, she said, occurred in 2017 or 2018. Cassie recalled an incident in which Combs left her during a freak-off at his Los Angeles home to
That's the Suge Knight. All right, we're waiting for updates. We're getting close to the end of the day. I think they go until 5. Tomorrow, I'll start the stream early like today, just to get things warmed. Well, hopefully tomorrow I have notifications. I haven't had notifications all day today. Isn't that crazy? No notifications today. Dang. Nada. Zilch. So tomorrow... Let's see, updates. No updates yet. Yeah, they were taking all kinds of drugs lined up. So many options of drugs, GHB, coke. I wonder if anybody's ever OD'd while they were hanging out with these people partying and stuff. Anybody ever OD'd? Did they make them disappear? Damn. Tomorrow will be day 3. Check for updates. Updates. Okay, we got a little update here. So previously they were talking about this exchange communications between Diddy and Cassie via email. And so they said, when should I take this thing? When will you be there? Pausing you there. What did you mean? Drugs. He says, I took mine. I'm flying. What does he mean? He's high. Why did you take more drugs? She says, to not be present with the experience. Why? Because it was something I hated. How did you react to ecstasy and MDMA? It could make me vomit. What would he say to continue? Yeah, that's a symptom for everybody that takes a possible symptom. Prosecution says, did you want to continue to have intercourse when you wanted to vomit? She says no. How does GHB make you feel? She said drunk, tipsy. How about cocaine? Makes my heart race. I'm not a huge fan. Mushrooms, the walls come alive. Okay. Talking about the drug experience, the ups, the downs, the effects, GHB, cocaine, mushrooms.
In real time, as court is back in session after a brief break. Cassie getting some time just to collect her thoughts and have the jurors have a brief break as well, because when it comes to so many startling evidence and testimony, sometimes it can be hard to concentrate on one fact or one factoid because you just heard something maybe so graphic that your brain doesn't have time to really catch up to figure out, okay, what are they talking about now? So it's important that the prosecution is giving the jurors some time to really take this in as well. Coming up in just moments, we'll be talking to a defense attorney to give us some insight here on really what is happening here in this explosive day 2 of the Diddy trial, as we are getting more insight from Cassie Ventura on the stand, continuing to describe her relationship with Diddy and almost giving a roadmap of how their relationship was in the beginning. She said she was jealous in the very beginning. She was young. She knew that Diddy was in a relationship with other women. He said to her flat out that Puff Daddy likes the company of women. And she even admitted on the stand, too, that she was at times in different relationships as well, but always coming back to these so-called freak-offs because she did not know what was going to happen with her career or the videos that were recorded by Diddy. So that is just some new information and more that we have just been getting from inside of the courtroom. Again, we're providing you these updates from our great court reporters that continue to give the updates almost in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. Again, court has started again after a brief break. Cassie Ventura back on the stand. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is asking her for details on how male escorts were solicited and picked to participate in freak-offs. Ventura said she would contact dancing or stripping services, then show Sean Combs images of potential male escorts for his approval.
For the approval.
Again, folks, we are worldwide for you, continuing to showcase the very latest here in this trial. Diddy trial day 2. Cassie still on the stand right now, and we have been featuring that viewer discretion advised because of the graphic nature that continues. We are learning a little bit more information from Cassie on the stand. When a prosecutor asked why, she replied, "For me, it was because..." Let's back up here. Cassie says that she used drugs during every freak-off she participated.
Everyone.
When a prosecutor asked why,
Get
she
lit.
replied, "For me,
Liddy.
it was numbing. I couldn't imagine myself doing any of that without having some sort of buffer or way to not feel it for what it really was, which was emotionless sex with a stranger that I didn't really want to have sex with." During her testimony, Cassie identified some of the many male escorts she says she hired for freak-offs at Combs' behest. As she spoke, prosecutors displayed photos of the men on courtroom monitors. She identified some by their real names, others she knew only by their nicknames, including the Punisher. Cassie said some of the men that were procured online were flown to freak-offs in such places as LA, Miami, and Las Vegas. And again, we are providing you this coverage here on Live Now from Fox. Sorry, we were caught in that loop right there, but we are back up here for you. And Cassie said some of the men that were procured online were flown to freak-offs in such places as LA, Miami, and Las Vegas. Others were only used for encounters in New York City. One of those men, a stripper named Daniel Phillip, testified.
Strippers. Okay. Any updates? Let's see. So reacting to the drugs would be vomiting, and he would say to continue. Did you want to have to continue to have intercourse when you vomited? She says no. How does GHB make you feel? Tipsy, heart race, the walls come alive. Oh, and then now they're taking another break. Okay, another break. Another break. Maybe the last one of the day. All right. So tomorrow, let me see what time we're going to start tomorrow. Okay. break is brought to you by GHB. Perfect. Let's try something else here.
Once again, folks, we're worldwide for you on live now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace, continuing to give you the updates regarding the Diddy trial day 2. Cassie still on the stand right now, and we are getting some new information from court reporters. Cassie Ventura, who was visibly emotional on the stand earlier in the day, is now speaking in a flat, low voice with no real variance. She's not talking about how she felt or recalling specific events, and the government hasn't asked her to during this portion of her testimony. Ventura has mostly been asked logistical details about the freak-offs, such as what services and people she reached out to, what drugs were used, and how those drugs were dispensed. The government has also asked her to walk through various email and text exchanges planning the freak-offs, with sometimes that would last days. Earlier today, Cassie said the longest freak-off she was involved in was 4 days, and then she called it a marathon session. So again, these are just some of the details coming up on the stand here for Cassie. And as we projected, as I talked about earlier today, we did not think that Cassie would have cross-examination today, just because she is the star witness. Prosecution wants to take their time with Cassie there. She is pregnant. She does need constant breaks. And she
That's what it is.
also
She's
very
pregnant.
emotional at times because of the strong allegations that are put forth against her former boyfriend, and who she sued back in 2023. So again, we've got you covered here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide, as always. Again, continue to reach out to me. You can reach me at Pace Live Now on X. I'd love to hear from you and your thoughts here on this case, as Cassie is still on the stand. We are waiting for more updates. You'll get them right here on Live Now.
Okay. So they're on a break right now. She's pregnant, so they're going to have to take, I guess, extra breaks more than normal. I'm assuming this might be the last one for today.
Bring you these major updates on Cassie.
Might be the last one for today. The last break for today. On break. All right. What a day. What a day. And so she's very emotional. They're taking a break. And this was at Cassie's request. It's being reported. She stood from her chair, stretched her hands on the small of her back. Remaining standings as the jury shuffled out of the courtroom. Testimony will resume in a few minutes. Okay, so they're taking a little break at her request. All right. We will be here tomorrow morning early. Early. We'll see if we can build up the numbers. Okay. I made a playlist as well. The playlist is in the description. So if you want to catch up at any part of the coverage, there's a playlist. All right. We'll see how this day ends. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do, these people, how they're going to cross her. I think they're going to have to be a little careful, but... Let's see the other ones. Do they have any updates on these? Damn, each freak off involved 10 large bottles of Johnson's brand baby oil. They got that brand name shit too. They weren't going with the Bobo, the store brand. They'll go with Johnson. It's got to be the Johnson and Johnsons. What's that? Ambulance? That should say. Oh, it looked like it said Hezbollah. It should say Hezbollah. I was like, don't let them in there. Oh, very smart. Port break. Yemen launches missiles at Israel. A lot. Uzi Badass defends Diddy amid his sex crimes and insists that Cassie was not a sexual victim. Okay, let's take a look. Waiting. No, they haven't mentioned anything about the missing witness today. Cassie's Craigslist. A Diddy Dirty Deeds. Rammy T, thank you for the 15 months. Amazing 15-month birthday. Woo! Also, I wanted to highlight that Johnson & Johnson are having a bad time since September 2024. Their stock has been down. Have they really? Oh. Oh no. Let me see. Does your message pop up? Oh, it does, but it's like all this weird stuff. Wait, does the... Oh, it doesn't show the message. I wanted to show the message. Been a long day today. Go half on the baby. All I need is your body next to me. Singing, ooh. Oh, nah, 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 your body, nah, nah, nah. Where's that part? F on the baby. All I need is your body.
15-month birthday. I wanted to highlight that Johnson & Johnson are having a bad time since Sep 2024. Their stock has been down.
Ooh. Tell him. You ping, Superman the Hulk. You Bristol but you
15 months for me to Mel.
Amazing. 15 months, Teresa. Thank you for the memberships. It helps out, man. It really helps out because, you know, when videos are demonetized or things are going on or whatever, it really helps out with your support. Keeps the channel running smooth. Smooth. G-Cool, smooth. We're still waiting down a break. After today's live, I will redirect everyone to the one in the morning. And then I'll take a little break, and then I'll see if I can cover some stuff today. I don't know. I'm not sure what to cover. Okay, waiting on them to come back. Yeah, Trump's in Saudi Arabia. I heard he went to Saudi Arabia. I know he took that plane from Qatar. People are upset about that. They're angry, you know, that he got this. They're saying it's corruption and all this stuff. He got a plane from Qatar that supposedly they're going to replace the Air Force One with, I guess, or maybe temporarily. I don't know what the deal is.
Was in the beginning. She said she was jealous in the very beginning. She was young. She knew that Diddy was in a relationship with other women. He said to her flat out that Puff Daddy likes the company of women.
They're saying the court's back in session. Let's see. I haven't seen anything new from this guy. Court's back in session. Oh, there we go. Cassie Ventura is back. Jury is back. Judge says you may continue. Prosecution says, when drugs ran out, how did you know who to reach out to? She says Sean would tell me. Prosecution says, during the session, how would you know to move to the next step? She says Sean. He's the director, the instructor, the choreographer, the sergeant, the CEO. Mastermind, I guess, yeah. No idea, Delana. This might be my first year in a long time sober. No drinking on my birthday. I'm not sure. What are you doing? You got any plans? How you been? Have fun, baby. That's what I say. I didn't know you were talented singing, Mel. We're here, and we're... Sex tourism is rampant here. You need to look the other way. Damn.
Thank you for streaming this, Mel.
Thank you. 7 months in, Naomi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you so much. Amazing. Still waiting on an update. No updates yet. Let me see. Who's that? They had that person covered? Like Jewish people too. What's going on here? Get them out. We have to get the body out of here. Go, go, go. Ooh, big 50 for you. Nice. Nice. Naomi, thanks for the
Thanks
7.
for being the best YouTubers ever.
Canadian. Thank you for the 7. Thanks for being the best YouTubers ever. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was the missing witness, right? Is that the witness? They rolled him out of there? Paid by Diddy? Oh, shit. Oh, man. It's always something, huh? Sucks. All right, let's see for the update. So they were talking about the sessions. How would you know to move on to the next one? Sean, what would happen after the escort finished on you? She says Sean would want it put on his body in the next room. Did you do that? I did. Where? Usually on his nipples. Oh, God. Did you want to do that? No. Oh. Somebody said, yeah, bro, getting life. What would happen after the escort finished on you? Sean would want to put it. Wait a minute. Is they trying to say that like the when he finished, the escort would finish? Did Sean want it on him? Oh, no, man. Diddy and his kids is in the courtroom. Oh, gee. Nah, man. What's wrong with that? Oh, man. Sick mother effer. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That's crazy, dude. Crazy, crazy. That's what he was talking about, right? Ah, man. Jeez. Yeah, that guy was a freak. Bruh.
Order in which Sean Combs expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies, as she testified. This led to oral sex, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events followed. Ventura said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk about an escort's penis to Combs, but he did expect it.
Damn, imagine with all his kids sitting there, his mother's, isn't that kind of weird? Yeah, it's gotta be. Everything's being put out there. Wow. It's being said now that Combs' teenage daughters, Chance, Delilah, and Chance Combs, have left the courtroom twice during the graphic testimony. I don't know why would he have his kid? I just don't understand the kids thing, including a time when Combs allegedly pleasured himself into a corner while watching Cassie have, relations. Wow. Jeez. I wonder if they'll look at their father the same after that. So he goes on to say, let's see what else. Okay, that's it. We haven't got an update yet. Damn. Are they taking another break? Cassie described for the jury the order in which Sean expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies, she testified. This led to oral, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events. Ventura said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort's penis, but he expected it. Damn, Combs was into that. He liked that. Several civil sexual assault lawsuits against Sean Combs mention the same drugs Cassie Ventura has testified about during freak-off parties. Some plaintiffs allege they attended industry parties where guests were offered marijuana. In one complaint, former model Crystal McKinney alleged Combs had laced a marijuana joint he gave her with an intoxicating substance. Complaints initially filed by Texas attorney Tony Busby, who was involved in dozens of lawsuits against Combs, alleged that the producer and his employees regularly laced the drinks of unsuspecting victims with GHB and ecstasy. Music producer Rodney Jones, Little Rod, alleged he has witnessed Combs' staff distribute drugs, including ketamine and mushrooms, to Combs and his party guests. Damn. Cassie says she was heavily objectified during the freak-offs. She said Combs dictated every aspect of the encounters and that he'd get mad if they ended up too soon, or if they ended too soon. It was his fantasy, she said. He was controlling the whole situation. He was directing it. Cassie said sometimes Combs would make her repeat sex acts with the escorts. On other occasions, she said multiple escorts were involved. I was an object being heavily objectified by men in that scenario. Combs didn't always stay in the room to watch Cassie have sex with the male sex worker, she said. Sometimes he'd go to another room and watch them via FaceTime or an iPhone video call app, she testified. Wow. Oh yeah, Grammy. Diddy's oldest kid was named in the lawsuit, and he was sued for SA in 2024. Prosecution says, how did you feel? I was an object being heavily objectified. Sometimes he would watch by FaceTime. Prosecution says, were some recessions recorded on your devices? She says, because they were there. If you saw them on your device, what would you do? She said, I would delete them. Why? They were disgusting. I never wanted anyone to see them. Were Sean's devices used sometimes? Yes, I asked him to delete them. Did he? I don't know. He didn't, somebody said. There goes the blackmail angle. Okay. Let's see. Inner City Press. Let me refresh this here. No updates. Refreshing, almost the end of the day. No updates. Let me check the other sources. We got that already.
Monitors. She identified some by their real names, others she knew only by their nicknames, including the Punisher. Cassie said some of the men procured online were flown to freak-offs in such places as Los Angeles, Miami, and Las Vegas. Others were often only used for encounters in New York City. One of those men, a stripper named Daniel Phillip, testified on Monday and today. Prosecutor emphasized Combs' alleged involvement. As she questioned Cassie, Prosecutor Emily Johnson returned again and again to a simple but important question. Whose decision was it? Sean. Cassie replied each time, referring to Combs. It was his decision, she said, to involve her in freak-offs, to incorporate baby oil and male sex workers, to pour candle wax on her body, and more. Let's continue to give you some more of the updates here on Live Now from Fox. In the beginning, Cassie Ventura testified Sean Combs' freak-off parties were recorded on video cameras, then on cell phones and other personal electronic devices, both his and hers. Ventura recalled telling Combs she didn't want to be recorded. She felt insane about it at first. As she testified, he replied that the recordings brought him enjoyment after the parties ended, she said. Ventura said that she would watch the videos with Combs, usually while they were having intercourse. She said she also saw the videos as she was trying to delete them from her phone. Cassie Ventura described for the jury the order in which Sean Combs expected things to happen during a freak-off. The parties kicked off with a mandatory discussion of each other's nude bodies. She testified this led to oral sex, the use of baby oil, and more explicit events. Ventura said it was awkward and pretty humiliating to talk to Combs about an escort's penis, but he definitely
And now it's all over on TV and everywhere. Damn.
Cassie Ventura said she would often get sick and vomit after taking drugs, especially MDMA and ecstasy. If she got sick in the middle of a freak-off, she said, Sean Combs would push her to continue having sex. Cassie Ventura, who was visibly emotional on the stand earlier in the day, is now speaking in a flat, low voice with no real variance.
Ooh.
All right, again, folks, we are worldwide for you, trying to get you as many different updates that are coming from the court. We are awaiting for this to be, we're almost wrapped up here for the day. I don't sense this going much longer. Cassie has been on the stand pretty much the whole day. There was about 30 minutes when the male escort was still on the stand from day one. But other than that, it has been all Cassie, of course, and all prosecution questioning. We will see if tomorrow will be the day for cross-examination with Diddy's defense to try to poke some holes into this testimony from Cassie. You are watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we've got you covered. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. We will get into some more in just moments of Diddy and the trial. We will be talking to an attorney to get a breakdown of the day that was. Very wild.
We need a breakdown.
We'll continue to wait for more updates all right here as well. So we got you covered definitely on Live Now from Fox, bringing you these top stories, of course, with the Diddy trial. Cassie still
We finally got an update. Holy
shit. We'll get more
shit.
updates in moments. You're watching Live Now.
I wonder why they get the, like, there's such a disparity sometimes between the timings. Sometimes it's back to back, and then there's like nothing for 10 minutes straight. Did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? She says yes. At the Century City Intercontinental, I finally had a premiere come up, and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. Oh. At what point did Sean hit you between sessions? Mm. Mm. Okay, so waiting for more. It's crazy.
Where she was at all times. And if she let some of those calls go, there would be knocks on her door, she alleges, from Diddy's staff, Diddy's entourage, maybe security guards as well. They would put the notion out there that you have to always respond to Diddy, and that Diddy always wanted to know
Better always respond.
where she was. This goes in line with the jealousy questioning that is going on right now between the prosecution and Cassie on the stand to really try to nail home for the jurors to show that this was not only a physical violent relationship the prosecution is alleging, but also very mental abuse as well, wanting to know what you're doing at all times. She felt at times she was assigned busy work for him because he felt, according to the prosecution, that if she was not responding to him, that she may have been doing something else, maybe something sexually else with somebody else, and that infuriated Diddy to a point where he had to have his entourage and members of his team continuing to check in on Cassie. So that is where we're at right now here in this trial. We're continuing to get the updates all in real time. I do want to give you just some more of what we have seen already today. Maybe if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox as well. We are learning, again, jealousy being cited during these opening statements just yesterday as a source of much of the conflict between Combs and Cassie. Also, we are learning about the initial first stages of their relationship and their sexual encounters together. Elaborating on why she felt it was so difficult to refuse Combs' demands, Cassie reiterated her fears of violence and blackmail videos from freak-offs being disseminated on the internet. Sean is a really polarizing person, also really charming, Cassie said. It's hard to really be able to decide in that moment what you need when he's telling you what he wants. I just didn't know. I didn't know what could happen or would happen. After touching on the violence and freak-offs as well that are central to the federal charges, Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson returned to eliciting biographical and historical information about Cassie, including when she first signed to Bad Boy Records in early 2006.
Bad Boy.
She said her interactions with Combs, who owned the label, were platonic at first, but then he kissed her during her 21st birthday trip to Las Vegas in the bathroom of his hotel suite. I was just really confused at the time, she said.
So it's coming in, the information's coming in very slow. But it says here now, did you ever leave a freak off before it was over? She said yes. At the Center City Intercontinental, I finally had a premiere coming up and I didn't want to mess it up, but Sean hit me. Prosecution says, at what point did Sean hit you? Between sessions? We got that already. Still waiting. Okay.
In the afternoon, and then Combs introduced her to ecstasy for the first time. After that, she said she felt closer to the rapper and producer, started spending more time with him, and thought at the time that they were in a monogamous relationship. In hindsight, she said she knows that wasn't the case. Asked why, she responded, Sean Combs had many, many girlfriends. As Cassie testified, the prosecution introduced photos of her and Combs at events in the mid-2000s. The numerous photographs included a photograph of the boat in Miami where they had sex on. Another photograph depicted the fledgling couple at a strip club in New York on Halloween in 2007, shortly after the trip to Miami. Another picture showed them in the back of a car at the beginning of their relationship with Combs' arm wrapped around her. I was just enamored by him. We were just having a good time. It was really fun at this point, she said. Cassie noted that early on in the relationship, they weren't public about it. She said Combs had expressed concerns about perceptions, given that his company was also producing her music. At particularly emotional points during this testimony, she has dabbed her eyes with tissues. She also said over time, Cassie has testified Combs had become increasingly controlling and sometimes was violent as well. She said Combs would get abusive over the smallest perceived slights if she wasn't smiling at him the way he wanted, or if he thought she...
So some more update, another update. What happened next? Ventura, I got into the elevator. Next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground. Who threw you down? Sean. He grabbed me by the neck and my hoodie. Let me show you the video. And so now they're playing the video in the courtroom. What are you looking for, huh? Ain't nothing there for you. Ain't nothing there for you. Freak nasty.
More often than not, that they were in a monogamous relationship. He expected that of me, so I assumed it was the same. She said Combs told her, I'm not dealing with anyone else, it's just us. We are now being told more information, including she noted that the rap star paid her rent at apartments close to his residences in New York and later Los Angeles, and had his own set of keys and made a lot of unannounced visits. Cassie said that as a birthday present, Combs rented her a Manhattan apartment a few blocks from where he lived. Another apartment Combs rented for Cassie in Los Angeles was just a 3-minute drive from his home, and he'd sometimes drive a golf cart to get from one residence to the other. All right, everyone, we are continuing to bring you the coverage of the Diddy trial, day 2. Cassie,
day 2. Still
on the stand, and yeah, what a moment this has been. I know it's only day 2, but boy, it does feel like this has been already about 30 days of this trial, the type of news and really evidence that has been coming out, the allegations that Cassie has been talking about in open court. We want to talk about that, and then we also want to talk about how the defense is preparing for the all-important cross-examination that will happen maybe sometime tomorrow, and of course we'll be bringing...
I hope we get the cross tomorrow. I really do. That would be nice.
Of these major accusations being pointed out there by Cassie, how do you feel the prosecution is doing, setting her up for these types of answers that they want the jury to hear?
Cassie Ventura is their main witness, so the prosecution wants the jurors to feel sympathetic to her. As we talked about before, she is pregnant, so they see that she's pregnant, and she's going to talk about her whole relationship with Sean Combs throughout the many years of dating him. So the prosecution is doing the best job they can to set it up. However, one issue I'm seeing so far is they have to prove that Sean Combs did something illegal. And right now,
that's right.
so
Tell
far,
me.
the defense has mentioned that, yes, Sean Combs might have done something immoral. He might have been doing things that doesn't make sense to the normal average person every day. But where has the prosecution pointed out of anything illegal being done? So I think that's the key point there. They need to get to a point of where's the racketeering? Where's the extortion? The actual charges, they're gonna have a hard time doing that, but maybe this witness will do it tomorrow. But right now, just talking about the relationship and painting the picture of it, he's a bad guy. But we have to see, was there any money exchange? Was there anything illegal done? And that's the bottom line is going to be coming down to whether or not Sean Combs did anything illegal, or is this immoral acts?
Yeah, Ben, you're so right. We're not hearing this testimony like Diddy like put a knife to Cassie and saying, you know, if you leave this room, I'm going to kill you. We're not hearing that kind of damning testimony right now. It's more of
Yo, you seen the
Cassie
tweet?
being scared about maybe the.
Somebody said, yo, how many celebrities do you think are lurking this page right now? The page making all the tweets. Yeah, there's probably a gang of celebrities watching this shit, afraid they're going to get mentioned or something in the trial. Are they going to get mentioned?
Questions about what could happen. But again, that is what is in her head maybe. And how is that going to be perceived once this defense team gets their chance at cross-examination?
Yeah, yes. As a defense attorney, basically, I would cross-examine to say, was there any money exchange? Was there anything illegal being done? Yes, the defense has already admitted that Sean Combs wasn't the best person, and he has some domestic violence issues, and he did, assault. And there's gonna be a video they'll play, and they'll show the whole jury about that. However, what he's being charged with is racketeering. So at the end of the day, the prosecution has to prove that. So they are doing a good job, showing him as a bad person, showing him as a bad character, not the person that you see on TV or in the videos. But I think they're having a hard time still showing and proving the actual charge itself.
Yeah, that is so true. Another thing I want to ask you, we are hearing a lot from Cassie's testimony that every time she participated in a freak-off or was told to be in a freak-off, that she was on drugs. How is that? It seems like the defense will easily be able to jump on this notion by asking her, if since she was on drugs, how do you have such a good recollection of everything that's happened and transpired? Is that going to be a real takeaway? Maybe come tomorrow once this cross-examination starts?
Maybe.
Exactly, Mike. When you cross-examine a witness, you're going to pretty much go after them and pretty much poke holes in everything they said. So if she was on drugs, the defense attorney is going to say, well, how do we know your memory isn't as great as you said? Plus, are you a willing participant? It might not be the greatest thing that you did, but there's this thing called consent. So under the law, if a person consents, that means it's not sexual assault or rape. So I think the defense attorney is going to try to prove that Cassie, volunteered being there. She put herself there, even though Sean Combs might not have been the greatest person. She still participated, and nobody held a gun to her head, or nobody forced her, and she was free to leave. If she was free to leave at any time notice, then the defense has a great chance here. However, if there's evidence showing that Sean Combs put a knife to her throat or held her down or put a gun to her head, then that's where we get into the gray area. But at the end of the day, they still got to prove racketeering. This is not an assault trial. This is not domestic violence trial. This is a trial to see whether or not he paid money and did things illegally.
And Ben, do you think the jury at some point is going to see some video of, or maybe excerpts of videos of these freak-offs that were recorded by Diddy to try maybe to get a sense of what it was like inside that room?
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes this trial so interesting. I mean, this is something that the normal public hasn't heard. The freak-offs, you heard people talk about, 1,000 baby oils. in his house. So this is very unusual. And these jurors who are listening to this are probably wondering what in the world is going on here. So this is probably going to confuse the jurors a lot. And these freak-offs, this is not a normal everyday thing. However, the defense attorney is going to say, hey, yes, there's some crazy stuff going on in the house. It might have been the most moral thing or the most godly thing out there. However, it wasn't illegal, and Cassie Ventura participated. It was a willing participant, and that's what the defense's main argument is going to be.
And how?
All right, so they took a break for the day. It says here, the last parts that they did, they showed the video, and it says, what are you doing? Trying to use the hotel phone. What is Sean doing? Taking my phone and my bag. And then that's it. We'll break for the day. Lord Almighty. Lord Almighty. Jesus. Once upon a time. Cassie Ventura said the 2016 hotel beating took place a couple days before she was supposed to attend a premiere for a film. We knew that. Okay. Alright, alright. Well, we'll see what we do. Who's coming out the courthouse?
How does the defense get that separation? Because like you said there, for a jury member that is listening to this and these wild accusations and this wild lifestyle, for most the jurors are just leading a normal life, and they're thinking, wait a minute, this life is bizarre. And so maybe internally right off the bat, they think, okay, this is a bad thing that happened to Cassie and to others, so therefore Diddy is guilty. So how do they get that separation of a lifestyle is way different than some of the accusations that the government is alleging here?
Yes, the government is definitely painting a picture of a wild, crazy man with Diddy having freak-offs, having these wild, crazy parties. And this is not the normal everyday activities. So the defense attorney is going to have to poke holes in Cassie's testimony, talk about the drug use, talk about her, being willingly to do everything that Diddy said to do. Pretty much, they had a long-term relationship for several years. So the defense attorney could easily say, why did you stay with him? If this was so bad and you didn't like what was going on, what made you stay with him for, almost a decade of off and on dating? So this is what the defense attorney has to prove and show, because as we know, Cassie Ventura is pregnant. That's going to draw sympathy from the jurors. But it has to be a delicate balance in cross-examination. When you do cross-examination, you want to poke holes in the witness, but you don't want to attack and go after the witness so bad where the jurors feel sorry for the witness and believe the witness, everything she says. So it's gonna be a delicate balance of poking holes, but still being delicate with her, because she technically is the victim here in this case.
Yeah, so true there, Ben. Another question I want to ask you, I was thinking about this during the trial because we had just learned that day 2 has now wrapped up, so day 3 will again feature Cassie on the stand. But Ben, I want to ask you, because she is in her 3rd trimester of her pregnancy, what would happen if in the overnight hours or even tomorrow, if she goes into pregnancy and is not able to get the cross-examination from the defense? Well, what would happen in this situation?
Yeah, doing trials myself, sometimes witnesses can't appear because certain things happen. They get sick, their car breaks down, and they can't appear in trial. So what would probably most likely happen is they probably either, call a timeout and cancel trial for a day or 2, or call another witness and have the trial proceed with other prosecution witnesses. And when Cassie Ventura is available to come back and testify either in a week, 2 or 3 weeks, then they will recall her back to the stand. So if she does have her baby in the middle of this trial, they would probably, you know, call another witness, a different witness, and have her come back at a later date. If she can't come back in a later date, then it'll be up to the judge to decide whether or not she has to testify virtually via, you know, the phone or virtually via a camera on her computer.
And Ben, what about the aspect of a life after Diddy for Cassie? How will the defense look at that? Because really, after a year after dating Diddy, she gets into a relationship and is now with this person. Could they tomorrow, if there is cross-examination tomorrow, could they say to Cassie that it seems like you were able to move on pretty quickly? It doesn't.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all the love, everybody. So that was Cassie's attorney. Here comes the rain. I gotta get my umbrella quick. Thank you, guys. I appreciate the love, man. That's what it's about.
I don't care how much storm.
It's not easy walking backwards. I'll definitely post that clip tonight. Oh, I lost Marvin. Whew. Where'd my umbrella go? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get under your foot? Just get my umbrella. Thank you. It's all good. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. Whew. Another half day? Who said that? It depends. MSG depends. Thanks, guys. I appreciate all the love.
All right. Bye.
Wait, when's the half day?
Would you mind waiting over there for her?
I heard BBC is nonstop updates. Apple's at the other door? Tomorrow's a half day?
No, I'm by Ash. It would be the side exit.
Oh, another half a day. Okay, thank you so much. I'll be here tomorrow afternoon, guys. Sailor, thanks for follow. 2,900 new follows.
Man. I want new followers and subscribers.
His lawyer, yeah, I didn't hear too good because I was worried about tripping and falling all over the place. I just wanted you guys to get the footage. Okay, thank you, guys. Tony, say something in the chat. Corey, pin Tony.
Excuse me, guys.
Lisa, at least 3 to 4 days a week.
Back, man.
Don't worry, I'll move around. I'll make it work, guys. Don't worry about the view. I got it. It seems like some of them are turning to the right, though, so I'll gotta keep my eyes. We can get to 153K. Can everybody in this room hit that follow? I'll be covering this 3 to 4 days a week in the afternoons. You guys can watch here. I also have celebrity events, ringside pro wrestling, all that stuff. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, Diddy's case. Thanks so much, everybody.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. All right, let's hear a little bit more of what this attorney has to
have
say.
any really challenges with men or that kind of stuff? Can they go that route?
Yes, on cross-examination, pretty much once the door has been opened, so Cassie Ventura has been talking about various things, the defense attorney is allowed to cross-examine the witness on pretty much everything. However, the prosecution can always stand up and object and say, objection, Your Honor, this is not relevant type of cross-examination. It'll be up to the judge to decide whether or not the defense attorney's questions are relevant. But yes, you're going to see the defense attorney go in and try to poke every single hole to make her seem not credible, to make her seem that she consented. And like you said, make to seem like she moved on. I mean, she has a new husband, she's pregnant, to say, hey, this must not have affected you too badly because you know, have moved on. It's a very, very delicate balance again, because she is pregnant and she has moved on and she is the alleged victim here. So they're going to do it in a very sensitive way, but still get their point across to the jurors to show that maybe she's not as credible as the prosecution wants her to think.
And Ben, last question to you. I know this is being discussed as well, as Diddy family members have been coming to court daily and showing a united front there. But there is also times when, of course, this is extremely sexually graphic. And I'm just wondering to you, is there times, do you think the jury members are wondering, hey, like, why is the family still here? And are they getting sidetracked maybe on that? Because, I mean, to hear allegations about your father or your son in this kind of light, I mean, it gets really intense.
Yes, I mean, the family members are involved here. You know, Sean Combs' family members are there watching the trial, his mom, his son. So, of course, hearing this from their own family member, I'm sure it's very intense and very emotional from them. And they're probably confused too. Like, is this my actual family member who's actually doing these alleged acts that I'm hearing and watching videos about? So they're definitely confused. And think about the jurors. Jurors watch everything. When you're doing a trial, the jurors are looking at the witnesses, they're looking at the judge, and they are looking at the audience too. And they're definitely looking at Sean Combs to see how he reacts to the testimony. So the jurors who are going to ultimately decide this case to say whether or not Sean Combs is guilty or not guilty, they are watching everything throughout the courtroom.
All right, there we go. Ben Taylor, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. Day 2 wrapped up, and that wild ride has come to an end, but we know day 3, and it looks like it'll be much more of the same, and we'll continue with more of this testimony. So, Ben, thanks again for joining us, giving us great insight. We appreciate it.
Anytime, thank you.
No, are they waiting for the family to come out?
So,
wonder what they're waiting on here.
Diddy!
Oh, that's I forgot her name. Maria? Maria! Everybody's there, man. We all trying to come, you know, in this whole trial situation. We all trying to... Fred, I saw you. Oh, them boys is loose. They gonna go crazy. Alright, so what's the plan, pimpin'? We coming back tomorrow? There's a huge crowd outside waiting. Fans, supporters of Cassie, or supporters of Diddy. Gloria Allred, yes, yes, yes. The trial of the century. The trial that's gonna define the world. Will Diddy get locked up, or will he walk free? Will they come out of this unscathed? They're gonna have to tear her down. When is Cassie gonna testify? Who's P. Diddy's witnesses gonna be? Who's he gonna have to take the stand for him? Yeah. Yo, I wonder if that Kid Cudi thing will come up. Kid Cudi's car. Yeah, that would be crazy. That would be interesting. Kid Cudi's car. We made it. Thank you, darling. I'm trying to see, where'd your comment go? Tiffany said, I'm disgusted that the world still wants victims to explain themselves, prove themselves. Tired of it. I don't know why I have to do that again. I didn't do that. Bieber's Ferrari. Well, he got attacked too? What happened to Bieber? We gotta get into all these intimate details. The urine stuff, and then the whole thing with the nipples might have been the worst so far, or more graphic stuff. Was another
racketeering trial is now over for the day, with some very high-profile witness testimony in one, Cassie Ventura, the ex-girlfriend of Diddy, taking the stand as the prosecution's star witness. So we are monitoring this shot, waiting to see whether or not any of these characters of the trial come out of the doors there. So, like I said, we'll keep an eye on this shot, but we do have a lot more top headlines to get to. So quite a rainy day there in Lower Manhattan. Rainy, yeah. But in the meantime, we do have to keep it moving with more of these top headlines, including the one I had just mentioned there, the really bombshell from Major League Baseball just in the last hour here. And so we're learning this, according to the Associated Press. I want to read what they are reporting, according to the MLB, saying Pete Rose and shoeless Joe Jackson were reinstated by baseball commissioner.
All right, we get this other live feed. People are waiting to see if any of these people come out. I doubt they would say something, but
that she's going to have to testify tomorrow. By this week, the defense is going to have their chance to question her, and they were saying that, what do you think about what did you think of her telling her story? And the story said it's not her telling her story; she was telling the truth, right? And she thought that she did a really good job telling the truth, and she knows that it must be difficult for her to be on the stand. And pretty much that's a summary of what he's going to say. And that's it. Yeah. I'm sorry it was muted. Next time, anybody muted, somebody say mute, because sometimes what I do is I talk to some of the people here, and they don't want to be on camera, so I have to love that. Okay. So right now, We saw Alex, which is her husband, left. I did catch the
Alex left.
Cassie lawyer talking, and now we're waiting for, as I said, his
Hold on,
family.
guys. I think we might have something.
I think here they come.
Wait, is it? Can't tell. No. Not yet. Gotcha.
Not here yet. And then, so what? So what is it? So the family's coming out?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
No.
Somebody else is getting on the band. So she just came in. There come the girls.
Oh, here, yeah, they are coming. All right.
Who's that?
Because one of the mothers. Okay, that's his son. It's his son, and that's the lady. That's the bodyguard. Additional family members. More family members. That's another son.
It's a family.
Keep your head out. Keep your head out. Making a bag. I'm sure you guys are looking forward to that bag that's coming out of this. I'm sure. Full reality show. I wonder, how did you guys feel hearing about the details? That's what I want to know.
How y'all feel
How
about
you guys
that?
feel about the details that was being talked about in your end? That's what I want to know.
Make sure you like it, guys.
The girls shouldn't be here to listen to all the sexual comments. I'm just saying, maybe they should stay home. It's just going to get worse. Have a good day.
Wow.
That's the family, guys.
It's the family.
So the children was in that
All right.
room, the girls was there.
Wow.
The urine in the nipples was vile
2
and
hours
just
and
about
48
the
minutes.
most
It's surreal here,
disgusting
man.
thing
It's
I've
surreal.
heard. I get what they
Yeah.
can prove legally versus morally, but my God.
Thank you, DNS. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 7 months. The urine and nipples was vile. Just about the most disgusting thing I've heard. I get what they can prove legally versus morally, but yeah. Menendez brothers. I thought this does that.
4,100 new follows. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. The TikTok is coming through. TikTok, don't stop.
That is true. The kids have to sit in and listen to this. That's probably not easy at all. Thank you so much, everybody. Just know I truly appreciate every one of you guys. I'll be posting footage tonight, tomorrow of this case, of the people coming out that I got today.
There's still more coming.
A couple people said no. I don't know. We'll see. The cops are still here, so we'll wait. Thank you, him. Thank you, him.
She may have actually already been in the car from the back.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Frozen, thank you. Jenny, thank you. If you're new here, be sure to hit the follow and also follow Tani Jade, my sister. She does Reiki lives. She's doing her next 5th one tonight. Thank you, Chrissy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, everybody. Tani Jade. Tani, can you say something in the chat? Corey, can you look for Tani's comment and pin her? Lil, thank you. Jenny, thank you. Christy, thank you. Thank you for all the heart me's, everybody. I have subscriptions open too for $2.69.
All right. I think we'll call it for now. I'm going to redirect you guys to the morning stream. Just remember to hit reminder. Hopefully I have notifications for tomorrow. Today was interesting. We'll be back in the morning. And we'll see how tomorrow runs. Whether I break it up or just do it all in one. we'll see how to work things out. And also, I haven't had notifications all day. I'm assuming maybe I have one now. I'm assuming maybe I have one now, but or 3 of them. At some point tonight, I'm gonna have 3. I want to save one for tomorrow. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what pops off. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Gonna take a little break. Yeah, we haven't used any notifications today. I'll have one in about an hour, so might as well just try to let them reset. But make sure you follow me on the second page, AkidMLCC. Okay, subscribe to my second page. Join the mailing list too, please, if you can. Join the mailing list. All right. And all right, guys, take care. Bloop bloop. Gonna redirect for the morning stream. Hit reminder. All right. Bye. Bloop 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 bloop. I need an outro. I should make an outro video. That'd be kind of cool. A little bit, right? All right. Bye.